session. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Santa Cruz are attending this meeting electronically through Teams. Item 1, time has been set aside at today's study session to provide Mayor and Council an opportunity to discuss and provide direction to staff on recommendations the PAG Management Committee and the RTA Technical Management Committee, as well as upcoming PAG Regional Council and RTA Board Agenda and RTA Next Plan development. Mr. Manager, would you like to take this?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is an update on our TA Next plan development, as well as some other conversations. I am not looking for direction from you. You provided that last time. This is simply an update. I do expect that direction might come at a future meeting, but at this point, I'm not looking for anything. Certainly always welcome to provide feedback. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam Credio, our director.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide you with a brief update on the development of the RTA Next plan. At the August 22nd Mayor and Council meeting, you provided direction that we proceed with developing a prioritized project list based on the city's estimated allocation of sales tax generated by the RTA Next plan.
Richard, I'm trying to deal. Give us.
Councilmember Fimbres, you need to put yourself on mute, and then we'll open up the item for comments or questions.
Our apologies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on, to develop the target investment amount, the city staff, our team, first began with the RTA board approved budget of $2.34 billion. This was based on the RTA's pessimistic 2022 revenue projection. We then subtracted the 4 deferred projects from the 2006 plan out of that $2.34 billion, and then assumed a revenue share of 65% to develop a target investment amount of $1.37 billion. Now, let me touch on that revenue assumption for just a moment. What we did is we took a look at tax revenue collection in the region over the last several years. On average, about 65% of the tax revenue is collected in the city of Tucson limits. We do understand, though, that this percentage, as well as the dollar amounts I mentioned previously, are subject to adjustment. We then took that dollar amount and developed an investment framework that includes the following elements and funding allocation, and I'll go through those pretty briefly. The first element was location-specific projects at a funding allocation of 35%. This element most closely resembles the RTA's multimodal corridor projects. They're named projects with defined scopes, defined project limits, as well as project cost estimates. We expect that this location-specific project list will include priorities based on the Move Tucson plan, as well as input from the RTA's Citizen Advisory Committee, and as well as Mayor and Council. Our next element is public transportation improvements at a cost allocation of roughly 35.5%. This is for transit operational projects, and we expect to make this our highest priority category, prioritizing the existing transit service currently funded through the RTA. Then any amount remaining would be allocated to the expansion of services, including weekends, evenings, and frequency, based on some of the feedback we heard out of the COA. Our next element is titled Arterial Capital Pavement Reconstruction at a cost allocation of 14.5%. And our plan with this is to set aside funding for Tucson's federally classified principal arterial streets, such as Speedway Boulevard, for repaving. The principal arterial streets were prioritized because these are the roadways in Tucson's road network that represent regional mobility function, as well as typically have our highest traffic volumes. It's also worth noting that many of these roadways travel outside of the city limits into unincorporated Pima County. We do want to make a note that this category does exclude ongoing city responsibilities, such as the filling of potholes. Our next element is pedestrian and bicycle safety and walkability improvements at a cost allocation of 7.5%. And this category is going to include pedestrian and bicycle safety projects such as bike boulevards, walkability projects, the installation of hawk signals. We're proposing to set aside roughly half of this amount for named projects such as the Gala Bike Boulevard, and then the remaining half of the funding would be included for the delivery of future projects eligible under this category. And then lastly, we have traffic signal technology upgrades, and this element will provide funding to improve traffic signal technology along corridors citywide. It's really important to mention that these improvements would be complementary to the improvements we're making currently under Prop 411, Tucson Delivers Safe Streets, and together, these funding sources will actually cover all the traffic signals in the city of Tucson. It's worth noting that, and that was at a cost allocation of 2%. Those percentages don't add up to 100%, mainly due to rounding, but also our share of the administrative cost, which is roughly 5%. And with that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions or take any additional feedback, or if the manager has anything to add. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to add a couple things. So I think, as you heard from Sam's presentation, this follows pretty much the direction that we received from you last meeting, but it really is an opportunity to establish and identify the needs that we have as a community first, as opposed to trying to fit a format that we've been trying to address over the last couple of years. And I think, as you heard, the various categories and the various types of projects that we're going to put on, you can see that we spent an inordinate amount of time talking about roadway projects, corridor projects in the RTA discussions that we'd had up to now. And yet that's not our number one priority potentially as a community. So that just shows you the disconnect there. But the other piece that I think is important as you see this conversation evolve, and that's really what it will be, as an evolution of a list, it really is attempting to demonstrate the investment community-wide. So it's an investment across the entirety of the community, and it isn't necessarily by category. It's based on investing by need. And I think that's an important component for us to think about as we go forward, that these projects and these priorities are based on all of the feedback that we received, Move Tucson, all of the things that we've had go on with your feedback, et cetera. But it addresses the diversity of the need that we have across the community. Some areas need more, different investment than others. And so as you see this list eventually come to you, keep that in mind, that it's truly trying to balance out the investment. So that's all, Mayor. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the presentation by Director Credio. I just want to start this conversation by saying that I remain committed to working with our regional mayors, tribal leaders, Supervisor Scott, and ADOT Representative Tex Maxwell, to arrive at an RTA that makes sense for all of us. In my conversations with our regional partners, we've pretty much come to the conclusion that, at least I'd like to think we have, that we need an RTA next that fulfills the needs of every jurisdiction, and those needs are very different from Tucson to the needs that Marana has, from Tucson to the needs that Sahuarita or our tribal partners have. And so I am committed to trying to find a path forward for the benefit of our region. And I think that Director Credio and our city manager are really doing a strategic analysis of what Tucsonans have said they want to see investment in. And we have the proof, right? We have the receipts. Move Tucson, we engaged more than 3,000 Tucsonans to give us feedback on what their priorities and needs are. We have representatives at the Citizens Advisory Council, at the Technical Management Committee to help us determine the projects that are most important for Tucsonans. And we are also considering how the RTA Next plan can best complement our current transportation improvement programs and funding sources. And that includes Proposition 411. With Prop 411, we have more than $750 million that we're going to be investing in residential roads and pedestrian and cycling investments, in complete streets and modernization projects throughout the city of Tucson. So we've said at the RTA board that we should be able to find a path forward where each jurisdiction is able to come up with the list of needs, just like we're doing with our own. So thank you. I really appreciate you all clarifying this process. I think we should have started here a year and a half ago. Frankly, I think we've wasted a year and a half trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And this is the way where we need to go. And I highly encourage my colleague jurisdictions to do the same. The way we're figuring it out is based on an assumption of how much our jurisdiction will produce in the next 20 years and taking it from there. So I would encourage Sahuarita to do the same thing. I would encourage Marana to do the same thing. And then we come together and put our plans together and figure out a way forward. But I think this is the easiest way forward. And I'm looking forward to crafting a plan that both addresses the needs of Tucsonans and our region. So with that, I'd love to open it up if there's any comments, observations, or questions from my colleagues on the council. Oh, Councilmember Fimbres, you have your hand up. Let's go to you.
Hey, Madam Mayor. Can the mayor and council be reminded of the repair, maintenance, and pavement preservation component of the city draft's recommendations? And does the art have a maintenance component and has been result of discussion with PATI, RTA, and CAC? Thank you.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I'll take that. So there's two pieces to it, and I think that you'll see when you actually get an opportunity to weigh in on the actual priority list, there is going to be a category called pavement rehabilitation. I think the materials might say pavement reconstruction, but in thinking about that, I think it's more important to focus on rehabilitation because that gives us more flexibility in terms of the types of treatment. So I think that's the first thing, Councilmember Fimbres, and the reality is that those arterial investments that were made by RTA1 need to be maintained. We don't have the dollars for that, so it gives us an opportunity to do that. Second, we have not engaged the CAC in this discussion. We have been watching those conversations very closely. We will at some point present our recommendation to the mayor and council. Once that recommendation is moved forward, then we will inform the RTA board and then solicit additional thoughts and feedback from other stakeholders, including the CAC. Thank you, Mr. Fimbres.
Hey, Mike, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Alrighty, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Kozachik.
Just a process question. You sort of touched on it, but when will the CAC and the Technical Management Committee see the list that we're going to see? And then, as I understand it, their goal, the RTA's goal is for an early 2025 vote. Just explain the process we have going forward and who's going to make the final call as to what's going to go to the ballot in 25.
Sure. We'll start with there, which is the final decision. Decision on what goes before the ballot is that of the RTA board. So the RTA board will make the decision on the chemistry of the ballot, including the language of the ask of the voter. Our piece of that will be, and the CAC, the TMC and CAC provide advisory thoughts to the RTA board on what the ballot language is, as well as what the projects are. Our role as a member of the RTA and of the TMC and TPC is to provide input and feedback. My expectation is that once the council has voted upon the priorities that are put forth, that is then the City of Tucson position on this particular effort. That's presented to the RTA board. The RTA board would then, I assume, recommend that the CAC weigh in on it. We can share that with them, and they can comment on it, but ultimately, I expect that the RTA board would be the ones to designate how their, we'll call it, community input is provided.
And where does the TMC come into all that?
So Mayor, Vice Mayor, the TMC would be part of the RTA board, so we'll send a copy both to the RTA board and the TMC. As chair of the TMC, I would suggest that the TMC weigh in on it and then dissect it and make a recommendation as well to the RTA board. Thank you for asking that.
So from a procedural standpoint, this body, you'll present some sort of a list of how you're suggesting to slice and dice our 65%, whatever that number that winds up being. And it will not be by category, it'll be by item of priority. So you might have a roadway element, then a safety element, then another roadway, and so it's just going to be listed, prioritized. This body will then weigh in on that, and then you'll go to the TMC, CAC acronyms, and the RTA board to ultimately decide how does that package fit in with the other 8 jurisdictions' packages for a ballot measure. Is that pretty much it?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, that's pretty much it. I think the difference is that the approach that we've taken has been to put a percentage of funding towards this effort and carving that out and basically saying this pot of dollars or this pot of money is what the City of Tucson identifies as having, the amount of revenue to be generated. Then it would be up to them, to the RTA board, to make a decision about how the rest of the funding gets allocated. Now, should they stay with the process that's been used to date, then they'll have to dissect all of our list and try to put it in all of the categories. Now, we've already done that, or we'll do that for them so that they know which categories they are, but the amounts will be very different than what they had originally expected.
So a year and a half ago, as the mayor mentioned, we were all asked to present a $600 million list of projects. So was Sarita, so was Oro Valley, so was Pima County. Everybody presented those lists. This proposal is going to look vastly different than how this process began. So what kind of dynamics have you experienced or do you expect to experience when they see this vastly different list of projects?
So Mayor, Vice Mayor, so this is I won't say radically different, but fairly different approach because the 600 million was specific to corridor projects. And we are taking a more holistic view of the investments that are needed within the community to make improvements in the transportation and mobility sector. So that is different than the 600 million. So some of the 600 million listed projects will be shown here, but others won't. But in addition to that, there'll be mixes of safety and intersection improvements, those kinds of things, traffic modernization, that will not necessarily be what they've seen before. So this is all part of the holistic view of the investments that are needed within the City of Tucson, all inclusive.
Well, and pertaining to your question, Vice Mayor, in terms of how the TMC, CAC, and the RTA board are going to receive it, I think that we've been having discussions at the RTA board level that really have gotten us to a place where two things we want to make sure we do. One, that we are realistic about the cost and how much the jobs are going to cost. And then two, that we all, because the City of Tucson is, 100 times bigger than the next biggest town next to us, which we're 560,000 people. The biggest town within our surroundings is Marana, which has 50 to 55,000 people. And so Tucson is going to have very different needs. And I think that we've had those conversations at the RTA board, and we understand that there are very different needs. I think that as we move forward, it is basically about saying, hey, what does Marana need? And what does Sahuarita need? And what does Pima County need? And let's put it all together and make it make sense. So I wouldn't be able to pretend to tell you I know how they're going to react, because I don't. But like I said at the beginning, I remain committed to trying to find the best approach to coming to an RTA next that makes sense for every jurisdiction.
Well, and I think this approach makes sense, because we've said all along that some of the outlying jurisdictions, they're newer, they need the expanded capacity, they need things that we don't need. In fact, the east side of Tucson needs different things than Midtown needs. And so there's no reason to say, let's identify the big roadway projects first, and then we'll figure out what the safety elements are later on with whatever pennies are left over. I'm hoping that the rest of the jurisdictions will follow the lead and say, this is a good approach, and let us do the same. Marana might wind up with one project, a major arterial project right down the middle of their city. Great, if that's what you need. That's not the approach we began with. So, and finally, I would just say this: the inflation adjusters are going to be key. You mentioned a realistic approach to cost estimation. They're up 20, 30% annually now, labor and materials. So today's dollars are meaningless 20 years from now.
Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, thank you, Vice Mayor. I did bring that up at the last Technical Management Committee and challenged the need for us to include some type of inflation adjuster, if you will, or adjustment, at least a contingency for that. The RTA staff mentioned that they were assuming for the time being that the escalation in cost will be covered by the escalation in revenues. And I said, that's great, but I would suggest that we analyze that and run both tracks, one with an escalation for revenues, with revenue growth, as well as some scenarios for the costs. The reason that I wanted to just comment on that is because part of the list effort is to give you some flexibility on, we'll call it the bottom of the list, where that is, and make sure that there's clarity that if there are not enough dollars, what happens? But if there are more dollars, what happens? And so we'll give you some flexibility on that bottom end of the scale, so that some projects we know are, we'll call it on the bubble, depending on where revenues are, depending on where expenditures are. But then there's others that could be added if things go better. So I think that's an important point, and I will keep harping on that. Thank you, Mayor.
All righty, any others? Hearing none, we'll move on to item 2. Item 2, I've requested time set aside for mayor and council to discuss protecting city employees from heat hazards. And one of the reasons that I brought this item to the agenda is because extreme heat is one of the deadliest climate disasters, killing on average more people than hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes combined. This past July was the hottest month ever recorded in the world. Scientists believe that heat waves could become even more extreme in the future, and this year so far, extreme heat has killed at least 138 people in Arizona and 63 people just here in Pima County. Although OSHA recommends that workers be given short, frequent breaks to prevent heat-related illness, the agency does not require rest breaks. Back in 2021, when I and my office started working on this particular project, we had heard that there were bills introduced in the House of Representatives to mandate heat safety rules and give direction to OSHA. We started doing our own research here in Tucson back in 2021, working with the city attorney's office. And what we quickly found out is that cities do not have jurisdiction over mandating safety rules because we were thinking of probably moving ahead with implemented heat safety rules. We heard that only ADOSH, which is the Arizona Department of Safety, Health, something or the other, administration, or OSHA could do that, right? So the state could do that, the federal government can do that, but local jurisdictions cannot make broad rules for workers within their jurisdiction. What we can do is mandate our own rules inside the city of Tucson for our own workers. And so we figured, back in 2021, we figured that we would wait for the federal government to do their job. And lo and behold, here we are in 2023, going through one of the hottest years the world has ever known. And the federal government, OSHA, and ADOSH still have not come to a conclusion on how best to protect our workers. So seeing that the federal government is not acting and the state government is not acting, unfortunately, the city of Tucson is not afraid to lead and be the first. And when I say lead, I want to be very clear about leading by example. That means that here in the city of Tucson, we have an opportunity to create our own work rules and to be able to monitor how we as the city of Tucson treat our own workers. And that means that firefighters and police officers and parks and recreation workers and the workers fixing our roads, environmental services, truck drivers, and so many other folks that are exposed to heat in the city of Tucson, we will make sure that we create rules to protect them from the heat. So this particular summer, Darío Mendoza, a 26-year-old farm worker, died after collapsing in a Yuma field during a record heat wave. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when Darío Mendoza, 26 years old, married with 2 beautiful children, died because of heat exhaustion. I grew up in that area. I worked in the fields. My parents worked in the fields. I still have family that work in the fields. And I have family that work outside right now and are exposed to heat. Protecting workers from extreme heat will save lives. And as a city, we must ask ourselves, are we doing everything we possibly can to protect our own workforce? So we are talking about climate action and resiliency and how we become much more of a resilient city, how we implement our Tucson Resilient Together plan. Our climate action plan calls for increasing our community's resiliency. And so it also commits us to provide resources, training, and discussion spaces for employers and workers to encourage protection from extreme heat. So since 2001, like I said, we've been doing a little bit of research, and what I'd like to do, and I'll open it up for my colleagues to discuss and ask questions, but what I'd like to do is, at the very least, what this ordinance for the city of Tucson should look like. It should have a couple of elements. We should create an ordinance that aligns with OSHA guidelines for temperature thresholds, water breaks, shade, and other working conditions, that it include training for managers to develop heat preparedness and mitigation protocols across departments, that it should be aligned with our emergency management plan for heat wave hazards, and I would also like to hold our contractors, those that do work for the city of Tucson and use taxpayer dollars to the same standards. So for example, the city of Tucson contracts out landscapers. We contract out road improvement projects, construction projects. So what I'd like to see, if it's possible, Mr. Attorney, is that if we can align those that are doing work for the city of Tucson to the same standards that we as a city want to impose on ourselves to make sure that we protect our workers. So that is my vision for this ordinance. I would ask that if there's anyone of my colleagues that would like to make it as a motion so we can start discussion. If there's a motion and a second to be considered for discussion.
I'll move that item forward, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion from my colleagues? Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Dahl.
First of all, Mayor, thank you for bringing this forward. I remember last summer I was out visiting our fire recruits at the training facility, and I was inside of a go-kart underneath shade. I had the worst migraine of my life the following day from the heat, and they were in full gear climbing up the ladders, and so I really appreciate you bringing this forward. One thing that just popped to mind was, I think this is really important that we do this. I also think it's important to understand the impacts that will have in terms of timelines for projects. So for example, if we're going to put different things in place that could provide less working time on road projects, for example, what is that going to do to the timelines, just so we can manage our own internal expectations of what these policy implications would be. But that's the only thing that comes to mind. It's really important, Mayor, so thank you for bringing this forward, and look forward to reviewing a copy when it's ready to roll.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, I don't know if there's a response that we could, if not, that's okay. We could always come back and have you give us your input, but timelines.
Sure. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Mayor, what you've described in terms of sort of essential components of what those regulations look like, there are a number of examples out there, and we'll work with your office and some others. I know that Councilmember Dahl had sent over an example of a potential framework for what those regulations could look like. We'll also examine, as you've requested, the issue of extending the requirements to our vendors, the firms with whom we contract for the types of work that would fall under these categories. And we can bring back, I would suggest bringing back to a future study session rather than going straight to a regular session with an ordinance, and would ask for a couple of months to put it together. There's been a fair amount that has been proposed at the federal level. As you noted, it seems to kind of be spinning its wheels at the federal level. The rulemaking process started with the Department of Labor, I think, in 2021. And there was just a recent action to put it through another vetting by small businesses to comment on the potential impacts of safety regulations on their work. So it could be quite a long time before anything really is produced at the federal level that could apply through the Department of Labor. So it'll take a little while to comb through some of those best practices and come back, but I would expect that if we have 60 days to come back, we can at least give you the framework for what the regulations would
You know, Mr. Attorney, timeline is important to talk about because I don't want to squeeze you all. I know that that time is important for all of us. So what my vision would be is that we be ready by next summer.
Right.
So I would hope that there's conversation with the Human Resources Department, with different departments within the city of Tucson, with our Business Services Department that deal with contractors and contracts with other companies that do businesses with the city of Tucson. I would want some, stakeholder input if necessary, but this is only for the city of Tucson and those that contract with us. This is not to harm businesses in any way. This is to really protect people out there. Heat related illnesses. Heat, extreme heat, is called the silent killer for a reason. You won't feel it until it's too late. And so we have to be able to establish simple, identified rules that we all follow and that we all follow within the city of Tucson. Because the departments that have employees like the fire department and police department and streets and environmental services, we've all got to be following the same rules. But I don't want to impose a timeline, 60 days or 90 days. I would like for you all to kind of find the pace and the input from the different departments and the rules that we can create for the city of Tucson to get us to a place where we can start instituting them next summer. And I could easily, give you examples, like for example, San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Miami-Dade County, Houston, they're all instituting these ordinances. In Texas, cities are being preempted by the state government from doing these types of rules. But I think here in the city of Tucson, we've got legislative authority to be able to do it with our own city employees. And the one legal question is, can we do it with contracted workers as well? And Kevin, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership on this. This is really important, and time is of the essence in the timeline that you've put out. We don't want to be without this next summer. It was probably implied, but just want to make it explicit that I hope we get input from our unions as well as we go through this process. That was it. Thanks.
Councilmember Cunningham.
I was actually going to say that it's better to slow play this a little bit because I think this is new and it's evolving. And I think different cities are going to come up with new things as it evolves. So as this process, as all these different cities are going through this process, it's an opportunity for us to see what they're doing. I don't care if we come out in April 30th with this ordinance, as long as we have it ready for July. And I want to talk about July really quick. In Phoenix, Arizona this July, the average maximum temperature, the average high daily was 115 degrees, and the average low was 90. The average actual temperature was 100 degrees. In other words, the temperature was 100, basically anytime the sun was up. They had 19 days in a row where the low temperature was 19 degrees or higher, and every day in July but one, the temperature went below 90 degrees. Only one time. 17 days hit above 115 degrees. They had an all-time low temperature. They had a low temperature of 97 degrees one day. That was their low. And they had 119 degrees 3 times. That happened in Phoenix. For us, we only went below 80 twice. And our high was only below 100 3 times in July. So for us, we're right there. And though we're not seeing the July numbers that Phoenix experiences, and for all intent and purposes, it's like unlivable outside. It's like having to stay inside on a snow day, but the opposite. So for us, we have to take stock of that and understand it. And yeah, monsoon was a little spotty. It came early and late this year. But at the end of the day, we want to be preemptive in that we know what's going on. So I wanted to give that information. And again, I think we'll be able to come up with the best ordinance possible. And I don't mind us drawing late in the game on it. So that's it.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think you've heard from all of us. I agree with the timing element of this thing. There's no need to wait on the federal government, but there's also no need to sprint into it. And the data that Paul just shared is germane to when this gets rolled out. The vendors piece of it, I think that if somebody is bidding on contracts with the city, they ought to bid it with their eyes open, knowing that that we have an ordinance in place, and I would hope that we find a way to thread that needle and get them included. If landscape companies are doing work in our parks, they ought to treat their workers the same way that we're anticipating treating our workers. The question I've got for the city attorney is, and the mayor mentioned preemption, what have you identified within our charter that gives us charter authority that this might be a bulletproof ordinance once we start getting those notions from the legislature?
Vice Mayor, actually, there are a couple of provisions that come to mind. We have a general overarching authority to establish reasonable regulations that are necessary or expedient for the preservation of health, safety, and that includes for our employees, of course. There are also some provisions in the charter relating to the authority to adopt necessary regulations with respect to the spread of illness. And what we're talking about here is heat-related illness. And so I'm comfortable with our charter authority with respect to our own employees. We'll have to report back to the mayor and council with respect to the ability to extend the scope to our vendors. And that's what I was thinking of in terms of the 2 months to give you an idea of the framework of what the scope of the regulatory structure could be.
Ideally, it would be wonderful to be able to have something ready to go and with the input necessary in February of next year. So that way we could, make sure that we have the training necessary for our managers and our administrators to know exactly how to deal with heat, extreme heat. I love the idea of including our labor council to have a conversation with them. I'm pretty sure that they would welcome this type of protection for their members. But we had talked about recently making sure that we have a benefits committee meeting, and I know that we have labor council meetings. It would be something that would make sense to put at those tables as well. So with that, anyone else? All right. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. Thank you. All righty, we move on to item 3. I request at this time to be reserved for mayor and council to receive an update on PFAS management projects and an overview of proposed infrastructure projects to be funded by the Colorado River Compensated System Conservation Funds. This item is something that I wanted to make sure that my colleagues on the council and I had an opportunity to discuss before any decisions were made in terms of how to use Colorado River Compensated System Conservation Funds. I believe that the approach should be that we reinvest into our system so that we can expand the opportunity to manage our water resources and extend our water resources into the future. So we've all, I can't think of any one of us that have not said that we are committed to a safe and secure water supply for Tucson. It's been utmost important for me, and I know for my colleagues on the council. Water is life, and without water and clean water, we do not have a healthy city. So the good news is that Tucsonans are very good stewards of our water supply. We have had wonderful past mayor and council members and Tucson Water administrators that have been forward-thinking, which is wonderful. When I talk to people about our water resources and our water supply, I usually get an "oh wow," eyes wide open comment when I mention to them that we here in our Tucson Water Basin are using the same amount of water now that we did back in 1985, where the population has grown double. So what I'd like to make sure that we give an opportunity to our Tucson Water Director, John Kimmick, to explain to us two things, very important things. One, our strategy for PFAS remediation in the city of Tucson. We have all been very aggressive at making sure that PFAS is remediated from our water resources and that we hold accountable those that have tainted our water with PFAS for investing in remediation. And then the second thing is that we've also been very clear about reinvesting our funds to make sure that we have a good water supply into the future. So I do want to acknowledge very specifically our state and federal partners, especially our congressional delegation, that have been strong supporters and are continuing to find funding to help keep our water supply secure. So with that, I wanted to open hand over the mic to John Kimmick for his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Mayor, I do appreciate very much that we're having this discussion and this topic. So Tucson Water is unique. We're one of the nation's largest groundwater systems, and our challenges are very unique. There's two items of significance that are affecting our water supply. One is from the water quality standpoint, where we've had, and we discussed for many years now, the impacts of PFAS in the Tucson aquifer and how that's been forcing the water utility to make adjustments and dealing with these issues over the last several years and will continue in the future. And at the same time, we have the issue of the shortage on the Colorado, which is our main water resource that we import into this community to turn into groundwater to be able to support our community in the future. So, so this item, bringing everything together, showing how the strategic positioning of the utility with this council on how we continue to address the PFAS-related items, as well as system conservation and support of the Colorado River system for the long term with projects inside the city of Tucson water utility. This is an area where now I'll present those projects as they're outlined and how they will move forward over the next couple of years with your blessing. So just a summary on the recap of our compensated system conservation funding sources. So this is, again, what Tucson has been able to do in turning back some of our CIP allocation, not last year as well as this year and the years going forward. Last year, we turned back just over 25,600 acre feet of water. At the time, the Bureau of Reclamation was offering $261.60 an acre foot, which came out to $6.7 million in revenue exchange for the department. And then earlier this year, we decided to participate in a 3-year program with the Bureau of Reclamation on the system conservation, and this now is at $400 an acre foot. This year, we did forego 50,000 acre feet of our allocation. Just a reminder, our allocation is 144,191 acre feet a year. That's our subcontract for CAP water. So we turned back 50,000 acre feet of that, which then we received a payment of $20 million for that. In the next year coming up, like we discussed in a previous meeting, we are going to perfect the turnback of 30,000 acre feet in 2024 calendar year, which will net another $12 million. And then we have the option to do that again with our CAP order in 2025, another 30,000, which would be another $12 million on those programs. So how does this all, how are we laying this out? Dealing with the challenges of PFAS, dealing with the challenges of shortage on the Colorado, and making sure we're representing and participating on both those items. But then how do we deploy those monies appropriately for what we know today and making our system more resilient and redundant into the future to protect all the current Tucson water customers as well as the future ones to come. So discussing PFAS project status first. Just as a reminder, there's been a lot of activity the last couple of years related to PFAS, not only from the city, but we've also engaging our federal and our state partners to participate. And I do want to thank the state of Arizona. More recently, in the last 24 months, have participated in the PFAS issues in the Tucson Basin. They take them very seriously, as do we. So the first amount of money that came in to deal with PFAS was when we decided in June of 2021 to turn off the TARP plant because of the elevated PFAS levels coming into the plant. The state of Arizona provided $2 million to the city of Tucson to make a connection later that year in 2021 directly with the Santa Cruz River. So our obligations to the TARP treatment plant of TCE and 1,4-dioxane could continue as planned. And we did that, and we were able to execute that project. And by November of 21, we started discharging TARP, turned it back on to the Santa Cruz. Also, the city then decided, using its own funding, that we were going to divert the beneficial use of TARP away from the drinking water system to the reclaimed water system. So we've dedicated $20.6 million, and we recently completed the TARP connection to reclaim. So now we have two ways where TARP treated water is going to the Santa Cruz River, funded by the state, and now directly to our reclaimed water supply, funded by the city. Also, the state of Arizona, working with us north of Davis-Monthan, they've committed $3.3 million in this what's called the Central Tucson PFAS project. That is the state of Arizona's funding, but they're using it, a well site from the city of Tucson that we no longer use. So it's a partnership with the state to get rid of some of the highest concentrations of PFAS from the north side of Davis-Monthan. This body also committed $7.5 million to do the Randolph Park PFAS project. That is located along Broadway Avenue, along Randolph Golf Course, and that is the other edge, the leading edge of the plume coming from Davis-Monthan, as we currently understand it. That has a combination of City of Tucson dollars from system conservation. The 2022 system conservation monies we received were dedicated at the time to help expedite building the Randolph Park PFAS project. And then more recently, we have the potential of having some federal funding associated to help us with that based on Representative Siscomani's ask in the upcoming budget discussions of $2.25 million that will hopefully come and offset some of that spending that the city is outlined for the Randolph Park project. Our state partners, just recently, they announced at the end of last year, and then we finally were able to execute it at the beginning of the summer, an agreement to, the state is going to allow the city of Tucson access to $24.9 million to develop a PFAS pretreatment plant at TARP. So it's another investment of nearly $25 million on the south side and to help PFAS with TARP. So that project is in its design phase now. We hope to have that completed design in the by next spring, and then we'll be moving on to construction. The whole intent of this project is to deal with PFAS entering the TARP well field so the AOP plant can go back to what its original intention was, which is the 1,4-dioxane and TCE removal with water on the site.
And I got a question on that one. When we buy product, we're going to run water out of it too, right?
Pardon me?
After we clean it, we're going to run that water out.
Yeah, the water will be able to go to the reclaim system or to the river like we're currently doing now.
What, do we have an idea? Is that going to be AAA, triple plus? I mean, do we know what gray water we're going to pump out of there?
Oh, the grade water coming from TARP is one of the highest qualities right now. The way we're currently treating it.
Will it be potable?
This is beyond potable, I would call it. It's one of the highest quality waters.
My question.
Yep, and this PFAS treatment just makes the plant more resilient by taking PFAS out at the beginning of the process. Yep. Also, as part of the communication, just the last item here, part of the communication, we're setting aside with the manager, $1 million for proposed study of other impacts north of the TARP area over the course of the next year or so.
I didn't,
Councilmember Cunningham,
I'm sorry, I didn't phrase my question about that right.
do you want to ask
I
right
have
now?
one, yeah, sorry about that,
That's okay.
Madam Mayor. I didn't phrase that right. I meant that, do we have purple coming into TARP at all now? Do we have any
Coming out of-
purple water coming into TARP at all that we're cleaning?
No, TARP is a groundwater remediation project.
And that was kind of where I was going. So we've got this extra money. Is there an opportunity to do that either at TARP or somewhere else where we can, in other words, is there an opportunity to use some of these resources with what we're discharging from TARP as a pilot is almost potable or the highest of grade towards potable that is from reclaimed? That was my question. That was kind of what I meant to ask.
Yeah, the water currently coming out of the TARP plant now, and we're dealing with PFAS, we're dealing with TCE and 1,4-dioxane, is extremely clean, and it's going into the reclaim system or to the river. So the water we're taking from TARP and putting into the reclaim system is actually making the reclaim system of a higher quality, as maybe what you're getting at. Yeah.
I understand that, but we're not bringing in any reclaimed water into TARP and cleaning it to that grade.
No, it's still purely a groundwater remediation project.
Are any of these resources going to help us augment that process? I mean, I know that we've gone, what is it, our 36,000 acre foot allotment, give or take, of reclaimed, we're using about 24,000 of it at this point. And what's our discharge rate? Are we at AAA, triple plus on all of it, or close to, or where are we at?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, so the water we're receiving on the reclaim system we get from Pima County, Agua Nueva facility is our primary source, and that is a Class A plus water that we're bringing into our system. Our reclaim system, though, is made up of several different water sources. It's made up of recharged effluent from the past, recharged effluent in the river. It's also, it used to be direct treated at the reclaim plant and recovered groundwater.
Sure.
Now we're adding TARP to it, so we have multiple sources. In addition, we're actually adding remediated water from the Silver Bell landfill that's
Nice.
cleaned up to a high standard is going into the reclaim system as well.
But we've actually increased that. Is it still the 36,000 acre feet, or do we have more now?
It's all based on what the community's effluent output is and how those calculations are on a year-by-year basis, because the city of Tucson owns a significant portion of effluent, but so does the Bureau of Reclamation, owns the first 28,200 acre feet, and then all the other water providers that contribute to wastewater as well.
And so what we're putting out through purple pipes into our irrigational systems and into our into the Santa Cruz Heritage Recharge Project is all AAA, triple plus.
It's a Class A plus. It's a Class A system. We run it, but we're getting A plus water quality.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to hear.
And it's increasing in quality with the addition of TARP.
And so are there opportunities with these different projects where it can even increase in quality more, is my next question.
So before you answer that, I think it would be appropriate to finish the presentation, and then we can, that's fine. And, because he'll answer some of these questions as he goes along.
Sure.
And then we'll open it up, because I know that we have a lot of questions from all of us. So go ahead, John.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when we're looking at compensated system conservation projects, as I mentioned on a previous slide, the Randolph Park is going to be help funded by the 2022 system conservation. Now we have the next 3 years, the 23, 24, and 25, and some of the projects that have been outlined by Tucson Water for acceptance with this body. So first project is $23.4 million for the Northwest Wells PFAS project. So this is not only a water quality project, but it's a water resource resiliency project. When we shut off the 25 plus wells that have had PFAS impacts, 7 of those wells were in the northwest side and serve our system in that area in the northwest Tucson, South Marana area. The loss of those 7 high-capacity wells in that area is putting constraints on the resiliency and the redundancy in the Tucson Water customers in those locations. So a plan to return 3.7 million gallons a day from 3 of those wells is a cost of $33.5 million. We are working with Arizona WIFA right now. The total cost of the end cost of what we would be looking at is 23.4. because Arizona WIFA, in their funding for this and emerging contaminant issues, is going to provide $10.13 million of federal money to deal with PFAS for this project in forgivable principal. So the ultimate loan will end up being about $23.4 million, and that would then bring resiliency and redundancy back to the northwest side where we're currently lacking. Another project that we have identified for system conservation funds is $8 million towards CAFSARP and SAFSARP. Again, this is Water Resource Strategy Facility funding. CAFSARP is over 20 years old. SAFSARP is nearly 20 years old. Both of those have significant capital improvement projects to bring them back up to speed and up to par. As you recall, we are now storing for not only the city of Tucson, but we store for our other local partners, and more recently, the city of Phoenix and the city of Scottsdale. So these are two very important CAP recharge facilities for not only our community, but the community at large, as well as some of the communities in the Phoenix Valley. $10 million for the Tres Rios Reclaimed Water System project. We do have effluent credits that are generated out of Tres Rios. That effluent allocation ends up all going to the Santa Cruz River, and it ends up being part of the Lower Santa Cruz River Managed Project. Unfortunately, that project terminates at Trico Road, west of the town of Marana, and there's still significant loss of effluent entitlements to the community, not only the city of Tucson, but others, as the water continues on out into the desert. This would allow us to tie in to the Tres Rios plant, build a facility there, and directly connect into the reclaimed water system, serving those legs of the reclaimed water system in that area, and then shortening up the water, the effluent that is remaining in the Santa Cruz River that is currently being lost to the community. Another project that we have dedicated some of this funding to, or would like to, is the expansion of the Shirley Scott Southeast Houghton Area Recharge Project, or SHARP as it's known. That can be a combination of money from system conservation, as well as that is another member-directed funding source by Representative Siscomani to provide $1.25 million to help do that expansion, adding a fourth basin. It was designed in concept, but not constructed. When we constructed SHARP, this would actually finish and fully construct the SHARP project on the east side for storage of more water. We recently received a grant, a $3 million grant, and it requires a $1 million local match for advanced metering infrastructure to help with our future conservation and making the Tucson water system a smart metered system where customers can watch and monitor their own water use. So $1 million of the system conservation fund would support that city's match to receive that $3 million in Arizona WIFA funding on that. So that is my last slide. Honorable Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
All righty, so I wanted to go back to the PFAS conversation because that is something that it remains an issue. Can you expand on the strategy that we have been using in terms of the remediation that we're currently working on for PFAS? So funds that we used for the TARP connection to Santa Cruz River, which was the $2 million, that was for the outfall, correct?
Yeah.
Can you expand on that?
Yes, Honorable Mayor. So yeah, the original, our first strategy with dealing with PFAS was to ensure that Tucson water was safe. So when it came to June of 2021, we collectively made the decision that we did not want to deliver that water for drinking water under the current treatment system that we had set up. So in an effort to keep TARP recovering TCE and 1,4-dioxane water, now with PFAS, it was important to get that plant turned back on as quickly as possible for a different beneficial use. And the first beneficial use was developing an outfall to the Santa Cruz River. And the state of Arizona helped expedite that and provided the funding for that. And then immediately after that, it was the city of Tucson who was providing the funding for the ultimate connection to the reclaimed water system. That happened about a year later, actually this spring. And that was to the tune of over $20 million that the city's committed to making that tie into the reclaimed water system. So both of those projects were key to bringing TARP back up to a near full capacity level like it had been in the past, but with different beneficial uses now in play.
So 28.4 million of that should be reimbursed by the primary responsible parties. I know that I work very closely with EPA Administrator Guzman for Region 9. We put together a sit-down conversation about how the responsible parties have to move faster than what they've been moving. So can you talk a little bit about how we proceed with having the responsible parties be responsible to pay the city of Tucson $28.4 million?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So attached to the materials was a June 30th letter from EPA and ADEQ. This was I would say, the official awakening to the responsible parties that they need to react PFAS quicker as opposed to waiting for some federal regulation related to drinking water. The reaction was to be immediate. So over the last couple months, EPA and ADEQ have held to account the responsible parties and have been meeting with them frequently, and they have timelines on goals that they must show significant progress in dealing with the PFAS issues, particularly at TARP area and the Tucson airport area. One of those items was to work out a reimbursement for the city of Tucson for costs that we've incurred there. So the connection to the reclaim system was just over $20 million, but also the operational cost and the water sampling and everything we've been doing over the years dealing with PFAS at TARP is in excess of $7.8 million. So one of the roles Tucson Water had to play this summer was to provide all that documentation to the responsible parties so they can begin to formulate a plan to reimburse the city for its past costs associated with PFAS and then future costs moving forward. In the next couple weeks, there's a 90-day window where the EPA and ADEQ are looking for significant plans of action from the responsible parties, whether it's the Air Force, the Air National Guard, or Tucson Airport themselves. And part of those reactions or those actions of plan of actions that they're looking for is what are they planning to do? How quickly are they going to address the migration of PFAS in the area, as well as protecting the TARP remedy? So all those things are in play right now, and I think based on the actions of you, Honorable Mayor, and this council and this body over the last couple of years, bringing this issue to the forefront to not only our delegation at the federal level, but the EPA headquarters itself is really driving this reaction to protecting the city of Tucson.
So I'm looking forward to the Air Force, Air National Guard, the Tucson Airport Authority, and DM in terms of what their response will be by September 30th of this year. Hopefully we get a report from them. It's important to be able to say this because I think that the community wants to understand how we are delivering clean water to them and what is it that we're doing to make sure that water is free of PFAS as much as we possibly can, clean it and remediate it. And yet at the same time, the city of Tucson needs to keep the pressure with basically the perpetrators of adding PFAS in our water system. On the $44 million system conservation funds, I want to make sure that I understand that these recommendations that you have in front of us to, debt repayment in terms of the Northwest Wells project, the $8 million for CAVSARP facility upgrades, $10 million for Tres Rios, and then the $2.5 million for the Shirley Scott recharge project expansion. these are the recommended projects you have in front of us. Do you need a motion to proceed with your recommendations?
Honorable Mayor, that would be great to proceed with the projects as listed.
I'll throw it up to my council colleagues to see if they are ready. So there is a motion by the vice mayor. Any second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion, Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Kamek. What a complicated thing this is. So, pardon me if I seem confused. The PFAS project, the Northwest Wells, it's in the compensated system conservation projects. 10 million, there's an additional 10 million that will be part of that expense that's a forgivable loan from the feds. But this is our money that we made by selling our water. Doing it this way, are we precluding getting federal compensation for this, since it's the federal problem that caused this? And if so, can we start thinking about what we would use that money for once we get compensated?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, that's a great question. So the way we're looking at PFAS impacts, particularly further away from the two airports where the significant contamination is those will be harder to define where that contamination may eventually came from or who the responsible parties are. So in these projects, we do have the other lawsuit that is pending with the manufacturers. So if there is something that develops related to that manufacturer lawsuit, it would most likely then be able to replace the city's contribution for this Northwest Wells project from our system conservation, and then we can free up money for someplace else.
Great. So my concern in general is using the word conservation, because that confuses me, because I think we're doing water conservation, and I think we should be doing water conservation. We're leaving 110,000 acre feet of water in the system, and except for the AMI, I don't see how we're reducing our consumption to compensate for that reduction of water that's coming to us. And in my mind, it's also, this discussion is in the context of the One Water plan that we're working on, which focuses heavily on water supply and augmentation, and that's fair, but there's not so much on conservation, and I'm committed to us thinking about, we've been doing a great job on conservation, but we need to do more. These are all good projects. 20-year facility needs to be fixed up. It's all good. I would love to see $1 million if it's come out of the PFAS compensation, if it could be worked in there, or if it's, I've been told there's $3 million in our fund balance in the Tucson water conservation line item, to invest in a pilot project that actually does water conservation, especially in our low-income family homes for leak repairs. And once those leaks are repaired, water is not being used and wasted, and people are not paying for water that they're not getting any use out of. So in my mind, it does double duty and is very equitable. Similar to the program we partner with Sherpa to do low-income toilet replacement for much the same purpose. And again, if it can't be done from this pot of money, I would ask that you look for other sources of it, Mr. Manager, as well. I think if we do a local funded program like that, we could leverage state or federal money for future expansion when they see that we're doing such a great job. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Any others? Councilwoman Lee, and then Vice Mayor.
Kevin, I love that idea because we had in our home, a toilet was running nonstop and it was a $15 part, but it was like $200 to have somebody come replace it. So I got on YouTube and I did the repair myself, but I put that on my resume. But I think that's a brilliant idea because it's so expensive to have somebody come out and fix things, and our water bill was through the roof. So I just wanted to say that is a brilliant idea, and thank you for bringing that up, and I support that.
I love the idea. I think we can use this conservation fee money. We have a very similar program, and I think you referred to it. I think we give money to Sherpa so that they could purchase low flow toilets when they're doing housing repairs. They just replace with low flow toilets. That program, we created it years ago, and I think it's wonderful. I really do take serious your concern in terms of conservation, system conservation, but I would rather use the conservation fee that we're producing, that there's money for, so that we can keep these projects intact. And before I go to the Vice Mayor, John, could you respond to that? Like, what in these projects help with conservation?
Yes, Honorable Mayor. And just for clarification, compensated system conservation is a term used by the Bureau of Rec, and it's to describe conservation of the Colorado River. So it's their term, yeah. So,
Which, by the way,
a
this
good
is
thing.
incredible. The decisions that this council have made regarding system conservation and putting back water into Lake Mead to help protect the Colorado River is incredible. And we have a good thing, right? We have a good problem. We have some money here that, because we chose to conserve, we need to make decisions on how to invest. But why are these projects important? I mean, why is the project important? Why is it important for the Northwest Wells to be invested in? I mean, how are we saving water here?
That's a great question, Honorable Mayor. These projects are more of recovering water that is lost to the city. So this is based on the water resource portfolio for the city of Tucson. The Northwest Wells projects, those are assets that have been purchased by the city of Tucson, Tucson water customer over years that are lost to us. We cannot use those wells or that groundwater system.
Why is it lost?
Because it's contaminated with PFAS. Okay. So once we're able to clean the PFAS, that water then is brought back into the urban water cycle. The Tres Rios project, as I mentioned, there's a volume of water that the city owns as far as effluent that is currently lost from the metropolitan area and is a lost resource. By tying in the Tres Rios project to the reclaimed water system, it's bringing those assets that the community already owns and putting it back into the urban water cycle, again, to be used a second time. Same with the Shirley Scott Southeast Houghton Recharge Project. Expansion of the recharge, again, is moving some of that effluent that is currently lost from our system, and now we're adding TARP to the system and being able to store water and turn them into long-term credits on the east side of Tucson. So they're not direct customer conservation practices, but it is recovering or retaining assets that the Tucson water customer already owns from a water resource standpoint.
And that we're just losing right now.
In many cases, we're just using or don't have the ability to use, like the Northwest project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
So great questions, great answer. The system conservation is the Colorado River system that we're talking about. And so love the idea of using the conservation fee. Nikki could go install 150,000 flapper valves with the money that you're talking about. So that's good. We'll get you on that. I have some questions about the, well, first from your presentation. It's clear that the PFAS issue, you talked about northwest side, southwest side, midtown, east side, and this is pervasive. It's all over the region. I mean, all over the valley. So this is not simply one area of town. And the challenge we have is that one of the larger plumes coming right off of Davis-Monthan is right south of our central well field. And my concern for literally years has been that the plume is moving faster than the process. And so when you started pivoting in one of the questions to, well, we also have the manufacturer's lawsuit. This ADEQ letter points to the fact that DOD and Tucson Airport Authority are still on the hook for costs as well. So we're not relegated to simply hoping we can get money out of 3M and other product manufacturers. These folks are still on the hook as well. One question I have about the costs that we're incurring is, will this pretreatment, I think it was a $24 million, will the pretreatment out at TARP preserve more of the GAC filters so that we're not having to change those out so frequently? That's expensive.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, Yes, well, from the June 30th letter with EPA and ADEQ, we're looking for a plan where all related future not only the past, but future PFAS-related costs affecting that system will be covered by one of the responsible, or some sharing by the responsible parties. So to answer the question, if we're taking PFAS out once the pretreatment plant is done, then the GAC, the granular activated carbon, at the end of the process would return back to its hydrogen peroxide quenching, which it was originally designed for, right? So we take the load of PFAS out of the water, and the plant returns to its original design.
Okay. And the money that we're dedicating through this action that is, call it PFAS-centric, we will be compensated that or reimbursed for that as a result of DOD, TAA, or the 3M settlements?
The related to TARP and DM, those
If it's
agreements.
PFAS, if we're spending money for PFAS-related things, those dollars ought to be going on a ledger somewhere so that we get those dollars back for the actual conservation work that we're talking about, that Kevin's asking about as well.
That is the intent, is any PFAS-related cost of the past and the future will be reimbursed to the city of Tucson.
In the ADEQ letter, it says that the Air Force proposed to conduct a conceptual site model for hydrologic conditions in the greater Tucson area, pathways, routes of exposure, all that kind of thing. Have they done that, or what's their ETA for completing that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozachuk, they are discussing that in these update meetings, but we're looking for more clarity on the direction they're going and the timeline they're going after September 30th, when they have that 90-day report due.
Yeah, but that was their proposal, and I assume it was to identify the pathways of the PFAS contamination throughout the aquifer. Is that right?
That is correct, but EPA is still going to decide whether or not it's acceptable. So that is still an iterative process.
Okay. It also says that within 14 days from the date from August 30th, Tucson Airport Authority was to agree in principle to perform PFAS testing and sampling out of their property. Have they begun doing that?
Councilmember Kozachuk, yes, I believe they have started doing that, but these again are plans that they are working iteratively with EPA and ADEQ.
And you'll have access to their sampling data. Right.
Yes, that's the intent. We made that request at the last meeting, that any reports from Air Force, Air National Guard, or airport we shared with the city of Tucson.
Okay. One or two others. Also from the DEQ letter, it says within 30 days of the date of the letter, and every 30 days thereafter, the responsible parties, and by that is the DOD and the Tucson Airport Authority, they are supposed to be giving progress reports on various pieces of this thing. They should have submitted 2 cost updates right by now. So I guess my question is, how are they generating the costs if we're the ones who are absorbing the costs of remediating the systems?
Councilmember Kozachuk, they're looking at their impacts on base or on airport,
just their
as well
costs.
as their impacts to TARP. So the costs associated with impacts to TARP have been provided from the city of Tucson to all the parties to figure out how to equitably divide that amongst themselves. So all that has been turned over, but there's the issues of on-airport and off-airport that are still have to be finalized.
Okay, well, we're absorbing costs, and they ought to be included in any cost estimates that they're generating. Finally, in the DEQ letter, it says that Tucson Airport Authority and the Air Force are supposed to be putting together the amount of our increased costs from PFAS. And it says that those increased costs are unresolved. How does that affect the fact that our costs are unresolved? How does that affect the proposals you're making that we're about to vote on, the projects?
Those, what we've done for our past incurred costs is we have submitted $28.4 million in invoices, sampling costs, and all that. So that is separate from the projects we're doing on this. Those are already costs that have been incurred by the city, so we're getting made whole. Those costs have been pulled out of the water fund. So those have been costs that we spent over the last several years.
Who did you invoice?
Pardon me?
Who did you invoice?
We sent it to the Air Force, Air National Guard, and Tucson Airport Authority as part of this June 30th letter. That was one of the driving factors, is for the city of Tucson to present all past costs, so those parties can work amongst themselves and figure out how to repay the city of Tucson.
So each of them have a $28 million invoice sitting, and we're waiting for them to start writing checks?
That's the total.
And but that's not even close to what the total is going to be.
There'll be future costs that they'll have to agree on as well. Right, exactly.
If I may, I also want to make of note that I have been very, very clear about my concerns regarding PFAS contamination on the south side, which are abutting our National Guard, the Air Force, and Tucson Airport Authority, because those concentration of PFAS in those areas are extreme and unhealthy. And so one of the actions that Tucson Water, with the direction of the city manager, is that staff will collaborate with ADEQ to conduct an analysis of the detailed extent of the high concentrations of PFAS impacting groundwater north of Tucson Airport and Morris Air National Guard facility, as well as asset inventory of existing wells and or land holdings in the area that could be used as part of a future treatment strategy. So the city manager has put together or has allocated about $1 million from the 22 system conservation proceeds to advance these efforts. And this will pretty much help us further making progress in addressing PFAS contamination without disrupting the clear and compelling need for the responsible parties to address their long-term liability. For me, it was just way too much for us to wait for the responsible parties to act on the extreme contamination levels on the south side. And so part of this direction is to make sure that we're using $1 million from the 2022 system conservation proceeds to advance the efforts as directed by the city manager. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that clear as well, because that has been on my mind for a long time. And I appreciate Tucson Water and the city manager working on something like this for us to address what can we possibly do while ADQ and EPA bring the responsible parties to the table. So if there are no additional comments, may I have actually we have a motion, a second. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you all much. Really appreciate the presentation. And we move on to item 4. This item is scheduled for an update and recommendation for next steps regarding the joint Tucson-Pima County Historical Commission. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, this item is brought to you as a recommendation to keep the commissions together. If you remember, there was one commission, the Tucson-Pima Historical Commission, and that was recommended by, I believe it was the state SHPO or the state or the feds, to split them, and that recommendation was brought to you. You agreed with that recommendation and given us direction to split off and do our own commission. Since that time, there's been a reversal on that, and we are now here to make sure you are aware our recommendation is to keep them together. So I do have Christina give you a lot more detail on it. Christina Swallow.
Well, the manager basically said everything I was going to say. The only thing that I might add is that the Pima County Board of Supervisors has voted to retain the Joint Commission on September 5th, and the Tucson-Pima County Historical Commission themselves also voted in favor of retaining the Joint Commission on the 13th, last Wednesday.
So what is the direction that you need from us?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we are looking for a motion to retain the Joint Commission.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
Just a quick point.
Vice Mayor?
There were also concerns about procedural changes being made that when those discussions happened. The first letter that went out was unclear as to whether or not that conversation was going to be inclusive of the members of the commission. And just want to make sure that in the spirit of the motion that they will be included when process changes are made.
Mayor,
Manager.
yes, they will. We're all looking around each other. Mayor, yes, they will be consulted, and there will be a conversation and potentially some revisions made, but it will certainly go through the process of soliciting feedback, but at this time, no direction on that is necessary. Thank you, Mayor.
All righty. I suppose that the conversation will continue at the historical commission level, and that's what I want to see. Make sure that those citizens that are participating in this give us input and feedback, as well as the feedback from mayor and council into the future. So, if there are no other comments on this item, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Rankin has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. And even though there was direction back in 2021 to split, the Historical Commission is still governed by ordinance, which still provides for it to be the joint commission. But as these issues evolve with the direction that was added as part of the motion, that in a way that might require any changes to the ordinance, then we would bring those back. But right now, there's not a need to do that.
Thank you, Director Swallow. Really appreciate you. And we move on to item 5. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on the efforts supporting housing unsheltered persons and how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners in Tucson. Mr. Manager, I know that you have our chief and director Sarah Lanias in front of us. I think today's update will help us all better understand how the city of Tucson is actively creating systems and structures that we need to address the needs of our community, in particular as they relate to unsheltered residents. We convened a task force at the beginning, was it the beginning of this year or last year? I think it was last year.
It was a year ago, Mayor.
Yes, that was a coordinated interdepartmental response from the city of Tucson. There was not an organized approach or collaboration with Pima County at that time. So thanks to our department directors and the city manager and Pima County participating in those conversations, we now are meeting weekly. We have resources and systems in place that are helping move the needle on this item. There is, of course, much left to do, but it is important to acknowledge that work that is being done. And I just want to make sure that I thank all of those that are making a difference, especially our city manager, Mr. Ortega, TPD Chief Casmar, Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program Director Sarah Lanias, and then, of course, the task force team, Mari Vasquez, who's helping us coordinate between what Pima County is doing with us and the city of Tucson and the different departments that we are doing. But I really appreciate all of the work that is being done. I keep asking for the possibility of putting together a budget of the investments that we're doing with these efforts. I would really like to see a thorough description of the money that the city of Tucson and the mayor and council have directed for this effort. on all of the aspects and elements of what we're doing. I know that TPD has a community outreach resources engagement team. We have our homeless outreach team. I know that Community Safety, Health, and Wellness has navigators that are really helping with our Housing First program. I know that we're putting additional funds into cleanup and remediation efforts through Environmental Services Department. A lot of money is being put to these efforts, and I would love to be able to quantify it with the budgets that we've been dedicating to this. So I just wanted to kind of set the stage for the conversation that we're about to have and invite, our city manager to open up this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you mentioned, we do have Director Lanias and Chief Kazmar. We rotate these. If you remember, we have a conversation we'll call it the community safety component, but we also have the other folks from Housing First come. So every other meeting, you'll see them. So with that, I'll turn it over to which one wants to go first. Do you want to flip a coin? All right, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thanks for inviting us back for this update. I am just going to share a little bit from the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program side. As you know, we are working really hard with both internal and external partners to help put the right work in the right hands. And today, I'm just going to touch on some of that work that more directly connects with individuals who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness, and also the work to prevent homelessness, because they are equally important that we can move on both of those. Specifically, the community safety care coordinators engage individuals through various city channels designed to reduce the burden on our public safety professionals. And again, really looking at making sure we can navigate folks to reliable, sustainable resources that exist in our community. So I'm going to skip over the work that we are doing with our Regional Behavioral Health Authority and our Public Safety Communications Department regarding our follow-up with over 800 frequent callers into the 911 system over the last year, but I'm happy to field any questions related to that if you have them. I do want to focus, though, on our other three kind of primary channels for engagement. And one of those, of course, is responding to non-emergency calls that are diverted from our 911 call center. These are calls that have a social service or a non-crisis behavioral health component. As of yesterday, we've received 558 of those calls. This is coming from mid-April. Yesterday, just as a snapshot, we had one care coordinator, Susie Cota, who was on call. Susie fielded 12 calls that came in between 9 a.m. and 5:30 yesterday. And just to kind of give you a little sense of what we're hearing and assisting residents with, we had 2 calls that were related to rental and utility assistance, 2 callers who needed eviction prevention supports, 6 calls related to needing shelter or emergency housing, 1 caller who needed travel assistance, and 2 callers requesting food assistance. So these are all things that the team is able to kind of help folks understand what is available, any backdoor opportunities we have to kind of assist with that lineup, we do. But it's, I think, a really important opportunity to take those calls off from what would be coming into the 911 call center and potentially eventually dispatched, and over, again, putting the right work in the right hands with those care coordinators and external partners. An additional channel that we have is, light to intensive navigation support for folks who are engaged with TPD's mental health support team. our Housing First program, and code enforcement, and of course, individuals who are coming to us by way of mayor and council offices. And so over the last 13 years, we've worked with over 200 individuals who have received this type of navigation support. About 50% during that time have required housing assistance or eviction prevention support. Additionally, approximately 30% of individuals or households engaged with us were homeless or couch surfing at the time that we came into contact with them. And we've helped to navigate about 39% of those cases into housing, or working with folks who had a brief stint as being homeless and to get them back into housing quickly. We also have some care coordinators who are doing outreach and follow-up, as well as assessments in our Tier 2 encampments. I want to also just acknowledge that they're not doing this work in Ward 2 because Ward 2 has the very capable Kat Stratford who's engaged in that work, but they are covering generally the rest of the city. And so in these instances, you know, they're interacting with individuals whenever possible to connect them with local service providers, updating vulnerability assessments through our HMIS system, something called VI SPDATS, and also providing various harm reduction tools and material supplies as needed, but more importantly, really providing that direct connection to services, driving folks to rehab or treatment offerings whenever possible, and to emergency shelters. And I just want to share a really quick success story that just occurred late last week. But Kristen Woodall, who's one of our care coordinators who also provides this assistance to Tier 2 camps, recently took a gentleman from an encampment to go get his driver's license. This is very much a needed thing to have to be able to access a lot of resources. And while they were in the process of getting his driver's license, he had shared with Kristen his interest in eventually getting a CDL and working as a truck driver. And Kristen was able to call one of the navigators at Pima County's Community and Workforce Development Department. And Renee has an appointment this week to go talk with a navigator there about possibly starting training and receiving some stipend to do so for CDL classes. This is a really small, like not all that uncommon kind of scenario, but I just want to kind of like name that these types of connections happen all of the time, not just with the community safety, health, and wellness staff, also with our Housing First program staff, and with a lot of other city employees and our partners who are able to have these kind of more meaningful connections to folks and get them onto a different pathway. And so I just wanted to kind of call out Renee as an example there. I'm going to hand it over to Chief Kazmar, but before I do that, I just want to say something that's kind of near and dear to both of us. It's September. It is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And so I just want to share for any members of the public who are tuning in, should you have any questions related to concerns about suicide to loved ones, or if you yourself are needing some mental health supports, help is available. A call to 988 or to our local crisis line, which is 520-622-6000, is a really excellent pathway to be able to connect with professionals who can help you work through whatever is coming up. So just want to put that out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Honorable Mayor, members of council, thank you again for the opportunity to update all of you and our constituents on what's going on. I'm going to, like Sarah, I won't recap the materials that we provided to you. However, I just really wanted to touch on a few points. One, we believe the tier system is working to prioritize our investment of resources to address reported camps and allow for systematic breakdown of those camps. In my dialogue out in the community, and when I come into contact with a homeowner or a business or somebody who's expressing frustrations, and in that dialogue, really what the frustration around our tier camps have really focused on is the availability of low barrier housing, and they understand, but it's really working them through that conversation. I want to bring that up because I know you're at the tip of the spear, all of you are, on the feedback that comes into us about our process. That was a co-created process where TPD helped with that, where we continue to evaluate that system. I think it's working. The tier 3s, which TPD is still engaged with, represent about 30% of the current open cases. And just recently, we had some dialogue on just the evolution of that system and allowing for some of our other department members to be able to go out. And it doesn't always require a police officer to go out to those types of calls. So again, as you heard from my colleague, it's focusing on putting the right work in the right hands, which allows us to systematically use our resources where they're needed here at the Tucson Police Department. I want to touch on narcotics enforcement. For our community members that are listening to us today, I think it's important to continue to do a recap every time and recognize that fentanyl is a synthetic opiate. It's 50 times stronger than heroin. Let that sink in for a minute. 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. Some of us have had surgeries at various stages of our lives where you had morphine in a hospital. Again, 100 times stronger than morphine. And I bring those up because when we talk about substance misuse and mental health disorders, which are almost impossible to dissect at times, what we traditionally see is a polydrug use when we run into our community members who are using, and that means that they're using more than one drug, and they typically are using methamphetamine here in our community when they're using fentanyl. TPD staff have made over 3,600 drug arrests to date. So what does that really mean, 3,600? That's a 97% increase of last year. So again, I want to applaud and appreciate the support that you're giving your police department in recognizing that enforcement is a component, which I'll talk about here in a minute, of a healthy collaborative system. But what that really means is that we have surpassed last year's total arrest number of 3,000. We're already above that year to date, and we're above our 3-year average of 3,000 year to date, which is a 13.6% increase. So I couldn't be more proud of the troops who are out there doing the work. They're out there listening to the community. They're getting feedback from and guided by the information provided by Mayor and Council, and they're out there doing really intentional work. So with that, I want to touch base on education, prevention and treatment, and enforcement are all foundational to having the best system possible with facing this crisis that we're facing. Tucson is not unique as the 33rd largest city in this country. We are a major city. Mayor, as you discussed on another item, we are not a smaller neighboring community. And we are in the thrust of dealing with a drug that this country has never seen, with its accessibility, its affordability, and I'll remind everybody that over 50% of the fentanyl in this country is seized in the state of Arizona due to our proximity of the border. That means your public safety team throughout this state is doing everything they can to keep this cancer out of our country. Systems evaluation, evolution, accountability to other systems within the larger system, right? Our larger metropolitan city of Tucson. And transparency is paramount for us to have a collective impact when we're talking about this conversation. When we talk about mental health, we talk about substance misuse disorders or crime, it doesn't know boundaries for wards, for Pima County, for City of Tucson, for Oro Valley, Marana. This is a collective metropolitan issue. The court's decision-making, that be Superior Court, City Court, our partners with our judges, our Pima County attorneys, decision-making, Public Defender's Office, Pima County Jail, the elected officials and body of government in the county, all of those decision makers impact our community. And they impact our community when we're talking about crime and when we're talking about fentanyl and we're talking about our unsheltered population. I couldn't be more proud of the metropolitan approach that we have been taking this year as a body of government and continue to reinforce that the data sharing is critical. We have to know what other parts of the system are doing and how our work is impacting. As I noted, you can imagine the significant increase of proactive work that my team members are doing has created immense strain on other parts of the system. We've talked about that before. The Pima County Sheriff, Sheriff Nanos, is under pressure with increased fentanyl deaths in the jail. And so, again, call to action is to evaluate. You know, if we are investing in systems the same way we have been pre-fentanyl, it's not enough. and it might not be the right investment. And so that's not a critique on any of our partners in the leadership across the way. It's really just a call to action and to reinforce the continued partnership that we have been demonstrating this year. Another critical component that we continue to evaluate is our STEPS program. That's a supportive treatment engagement program. Again, data sharing is critical to best understanding how the work that we're doing as it goes through the judicial process is actually being processed. That gives me the best options possible to direct my staff for the most meaningful impact in our community. I want to close with really dissecting when we make an arrest, it's a different conversation than incarceration. And what I mean by that is we're calling for progressive accountability. There's certainly a body of evidence that supports it as family members impacted. The utopian approach is when somebody's ready to get treatment on their own. We have to remember the original wraparound service, your family, right? When somebody has either is out on the streets or they're no longer allowed to live within a family, a body of a family because of the decisions they're making. It's a tough call, tough order. It's a tough call to us as a body of government to figure out then the next solutions when a family couldn't figure it out. But that's really what we're faced with. And so, evidence supports that the best plan is when somebody's ready to get help and they get that on their own, like our deflection program. What I would also stipulate, though, is we don't live in a perfect world, right? And we have other people in our community being impacted by decision-making, right? And these really complex issues. And so the next best thing beyond somebody being ready to get help is leveraging someone into treatment. And so we have to continue to evaluate what that means when we do make an arrest. And they are a captive audience, whether it's through pretrial services, the new transition center, or within that jail of the Pima County Jail of how are we trying to invest those resources to really get somebody back on their feet and making different decisions. So with that, I'm going to pause and close and be available for questions.
Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate your thoughtful and holistic perspective to the issues that we're seeing fueled by fentanyl in our community, and meth and opioids and other drugs. But fentanyl is cheap and easy to get. And like you said, fentanyl is really passing through Arizona. And I appreciate the review of the importance of what we're doing with our officers at TPD. I know for a fact that education, prevention, treatment, and enforcement is a process that we have to follow, because we have to use those arrests to leverage that individual choosing what path to go to. And the work that our officers are doing here in the city of Tucson, it's not siloed. It's we arrest, we're enforcing our laws, and then what happens? We are using the system that Pima County is in charge of to be able to, for example, arrest an individual that has committed a crime, but also has ingested fentanyl. And our officers go to Pima County Jail, and the new rule or procedure instituted by Sheriff Nanos is to say, if a person has ingested fentanyl the last 2 to 4 hours, then take them to a detox facility. What's the detox facility that we have? Hospitals. Our police officers are spending anywhere from 6 to 8, 10 hours. And so it is very, very difficult for our police officers to spend 10 hours with an individual at the hospital. So one of the conversations that I and the city manager are having with Jan Lesher and Chair Adelita Grijalva over at the Board of Supervisors is saying, okay, we need to deconstruct the systems and processes here that are affecting how our police officers are trying to do their job in Tucson. So one of the conversations that we are having with Pima County is how do we work collaboratively with both the sheriffs, Sheriff Nanos, Pima County, the state of Arizona, and maybe even the federal government to create more beds for folks with behavioral mental health issues, substance use disorders, and additional resources for detox facilities in our city. So that way our officer, if that individual ingested fentanyl in the last 2 to 4 to 6 hours that the sheriff is saying I cannot take, then we have a space where we can take for detox an individual. It's complex and complicated, but it is affecting our police officers in terms of what decisions they make to enforce the laws that we have in our books. And I really want to continue exploring that program that you say is so important, which is the STEPS program at the court. Who funds it? How can we expand it? How can we make it much more beneficial and effective for our community? And where we, TPD, can use an arrest to leverage the decisions that a person will make, and then we can deflect, and then we can treat individuals in our community. So I'm really trying to work on those issues that are big and complex, but work with other fellow elected officials like Sheriff Nanos, our chair of the Pima County Board of Supervisors, Char Grijalva, Laura Conover over at the county attorney's office, so that we can make it much smoother. And that's why when you say, I'm so glad that we're having a metro form of solution thought process, that's what we really have been bringing everyone to the table. So appreciate your report. I do think, though, that far too many times we couple homelessness, unsheltered homelessness, with substance use disorders, which sometimes, like I said, it is fueled. Unsheltered homelessness is fueled by behavioral mental health issues and substance use disorders, but it's not always that. Homelessness is not always that. So I would like to make sure that in the future, we have a study session item to discuss fentanyl as a public health crisis. Because this is a piece of the puzzle that I believe the state of Arizona and Pima County and the federal government have a role to play in this huge issue. I usually tell people, I just actually came back from a leadership meeting of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and this is an issue that is happening throughout the country. Mayors throughout the country are asking their state governments, their county governments, and the federal government for investment on their parts in helping cities like Tucson, like LA, like Chicago, like New Orleans, all of the others, like San Diego, all of the other mayors are so overwhelmed, and their police departments so overwhelmed with this issue that it cannot be an issue of cities alone. There has to be an investment to the public health crisis that fentanyl is, and to how big this issue is for cities like Tucson and cities throughout the country. So I really appreciate your update. I am really happy that here in the city of Tucson, we have an approach of putting down the walls and undoing silos and working together and finding the approach that is much more holistic in terms of community safety. And still, we take very serious I take very serious the work that all of our departments, community safety, health and wellness, our Housing First program, and what our officers are doing in our streets every single day. And so enforcement is and should be a piece of this conversation. So I just wanted to, I'll get off my soapbox and hand over the mic to my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Cunningham.
I've got a few things on this item. One of the pieces that we brought into is we really want to help everyone, and I agree. But the other piece is that it's very hard to be detent, because ultimately we have people who are using fentanyl on a daily basis and living in a wash or living unsheltered, and we're engaging them and saying, hey, we want to help, and they're saying no, and then we're going back and engaging them. And after 3 or 4, 5, 6 contacts, it's really a question of whether that's okay. And for me, as a person, to say to someone, all right, just stay there in the ditch and just keep smoking fentanyl is not okay. It's not okay. So we have to figure out how many contacts, we really have to actually quantify it. How many contacts are we going to make before we tier 2 their camp, or before whatever procedure we have? And what's the bummer about that is that even when we do that, even when we put that system in, it still comes out of our hands. So then our police engage, which is in our hands, and we say, well, Sarah's shop's gone out there 5 times, they've refused treatment, there was an incident, so we're gonna make an arrest, we're gonna go down. And we go in, and either they don't have drugs that day, so there's really nothing to arrest for, or they do, and it's under 5 pills, and all of a sudden, it's not gonna get filed anyway. We go down, we go to initial appearance, and it wouldn't matter because initial appearance releases them anyway, but at the same time, initial appearance, we had some issues with initial appearance where there's really not a uniform situation. And initial appearance, we had a 93-year-old get taken into custody for a misdemeanor about 2 weeks ago. A 93-year-old, that is the last person we want in custody. So we have this piece with our initial appearances. And those are things we can do. That's what the city can do. But at the same time, if we bring someone in 3 or 4 times for that possession of under 10 pills, at some point we need the county attorney to act on that. And I think she will, but we've got to get to that conversation. And not only that, we need to have that program for pretrial to be able to properly monitor that person. And that isn't in place. It's not. Not only that, if they're not abiding to whatever pretrial conditions they have, we have to have some alternative plan for them, and we still have to find a way to detox them safely, which again doesn't exist in jail right now. So those are kind of out of our hands. And so for me, TPD, the initial appearance part of the courts, pretrial, the county attorney, and the jail have to be all on the same page. We almost have to invent the way we have a court system for juveniles, we may have to invent an entire other court system just for people on fentanyl. It's that crazy how this is going right now. And that's kind of where I'm at. We have to unlearn what we learned. All right. And so I want to say that now because I've been talking about it for about a year, in that you've got to have all those agencies that I just listed on the same page. When we talk about court consolidation, this is one of the reasons to do it, because we can't have a situation where our law enforcement officers are basically getting frustrated with the whole situation, and then we've got to hand it off to a group that's basically going, oh, no, it's the city. And we're going, well, no, it isn't, it's all of us. So we have to figure out a way that those 5 agencies, because they ultimately are the decision makers through every step of each case and each fentanyl person that we bring in. And we still have to have a situation where we're going to go, okay, you're on not okay level. You're going in. We have to have that. It has to be there at some point. And I know that's the tough conversation. Let's talk about a couple other things. Congratulations on the 94 deflections. That is an outstanding statistic. And that's 1,511 contacts on 1,982 core contacts. Question, is that actual different individuals every time, or a few of them repeat people? Were they contacts of the same person multiple times, or were they individual contacts? I don't think you know, and I don't think we know, and we should know. We should know, hey, did we see this guy 7 times? I know we keep a contact sheet for every contact we make, so we might as well just start sending that information to the other team, because at least we know, hey, we know TPD talked to you 4 days ago, what's going on? And that way your navigator can use that information. I think that's helpful. I think that's a big, almost like a street case log. So I think there's something to be said about that. The other thing I wanted to say was, we don't really have an outcome. So we've got a shelter cleanup, and we've got people that we have gone to shelter voluntarily or whatever. Well, where were they 30 days later? Do we have a case review program for someone we took out of shelter? I know that the social workers have a case review, but wouldn't it be nice if an officer brought someone in, had a good conversation, a positive day, and 30 days later, a social worker could call that officer and said, hey, this guy's still in shelter. It's a good thing. They're 15 days sober or something. Then our officers know that they're doing something. Then our navigators know that's happening. We've got to be able to way to track this. They say that you can't quantify good feelings. Hell yeah, you can. So let's quantify those good feelings more. Okay, we're talking about the housing crisis, we're talking about fentanyl, and we're talking about unsheltered. I really want to talk about gap people. I call them gap people because I don't know what else to call them, because they don't really need a house for free. They don't. They just need an apartment they can afford. Like, I can't tell you how many people I'm running into that are calling my office and they're saying, Mr. Cunningham, I have money. I have a job. I'm getting evicted. I have money for another place. I just can't find to afford a place. I kind of want to see if we can figure out a way to work with some of our community partners for gap housing, where they get a reduced rate for a couple months. Gee whiz, just let them get caught up, man. And there's some financial pieces to that. So I know that that's out of this purview, but we're the council. We should be here when we talk about the CA and the department and all the ones that do pretrial, everybody being on the same page. We've got to see that piece, because that piece, they're squeezing that part of the system. In other words, those are shelter beds for people who are coming off 30 days sober. Those are shelter beds for people who are, for the first time in their lives, getting it together, and now they're stuck. They got nowhere to go, and they're back on the streets, and they're likelihood of reusing or relapsing goes way up. And that's because we're putting people in shelter that can probably afford somewhere else if we just help them out a little bit. So I kind of want to figure out how we thread that needle from a system. I thank you for the discussion about Kat, but I can promise you this, she still needs some help. So just let me put it that way. I'm going to leave that right there. And finally, I want to really talk about seeing cases end to end. Again, this is that piece where we've got to hold some of our stakeholders who are social workers. We've got to hold them into, we don't need to have TDMs to have TDMs. We don't need to have case reviews to have case reviews. We need to have TDMs with actual case goals. We have to quantify case goals and where case goals are. If we're not doing that within the system, it's not going to matter. We're going to have perpetual 4-year clients. And that's no good for anybody. So those are some of the things that I want to put out there. I think the transition center is a good start. I think that asking the sheriff's department to consider, if we help them fund it, some type of in-custody rehab, some type of 30-day pod. I love an idea for a diversion program where we say, hey, look, you can either spend 90 days in county or you can spend 30 days in county in the drug rehabilitation pod. I think there may be some, because other jurisdictions are doing that. And again, this isn't for the first time arrest. This is for the person that we've engaged like 11, 12, 13 times. So those are some of the things that are out there. I'm happy to help. I've got one other one that's a little out of the box and I need to do some more research on it. But I've actually heard that methadone and cannabis, of all things, as a cocktail can actually shall we say, relieve some of the detox. I think we need a little more research. I don't think it's actual medical stuff, and I'm not enough of a doctor.
I don't think we
I
should.
like the
I don't
idea.
think we should venture into medical detox questions.
I do just like that. I just wanted to point that out there that we're looking it up because
Yeah.
people asked about it. So
Yeah.
those are all my things.
Councilmember, I think
That's
your points are very well taken, and all of these the same conversation has been had with Chair Grijalva, Jan Lesher, Laura Conover, our city managers, city attorney, our chief of police, all of us at the table, including you sometimes. And I think the Nights In is a partnership that we have with the EELS program, the eviction prevention program, that can help those gap people that you're talking about. But it's something that Pima County is now managing and operating, but it is a partnership with the city of Tucson at the Nights In. And yeah, I think that it's important to note that the conversation about who's responsible for detox is something that we have to continue pushing that question forward, and how we get individuals to detox is another important question. But one of the questions that I posed to Pima County is, what is the role of the CRC? Is the CRC a piece of the puzzle that we have not brought in when it comes to the possibility of a detox facility? I know that Chair Grijalva has discussed a possibility of a detox space at the jail, but there's a lot of logistics there that still have to be answered, and I know that the sheriff wants to use his different pods for different things. So anyway, any other comments, questions? Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. So really appreciate all the work that you all are doing and continue to do around this issue. Over the past weekend, we were out near Reed Park talking to folks on their doorstep. And I think there's a missing group of stakeholders that we need to start talking about, and that's homeowners. Specifically, the couple that I talked to, their home was, you could see Reed Park from their house. They had a short gate around their home with a little door that wasn't usually locked, and they were sharing with me every morning, you know, the folks are not able to sleep, they're not sleeping in the park, they're coming onto personal property. The woman opened the door, found someone sleeping on her porch right outside of her front door. There was needles, drug paraphernalia, fecal matter, trash everywhere, and this is a daily thing. We all just got an email today, thanks Steve, from one of your constituents, with pictures of what people are waking up to every day. And they're being told that the city's not going to come clean it up because it's on personal property. So I think between the impacted homeowners of this crisis that we're talking about, the impacted businesses, because we hear it from businesses having to spray urine off of their buildings every day, this is secondary folks impacted by this crisis, and I don't think that they're getting the support that they're expecting from the city. I know through my office, we put $100,000 to the chamber for their Coalition Against Retail Theft program, and some of you are considering doing that as well to help businesses mitigate the impacts of fentanyl use and these other things that we're talking about. But I think that we really, as we continue to talk about continuous improvement, that's a group of people that need the support. Folks are coming onto their personal property, doing drugs. And to your point about how dangerous fentanyl is, these folks are having to clean this up themselves and being exposed to God knows what in the process. So I think I would really like to see how we can start to engage that group of stakeholders who's impacted by this as well. Also on my mind is, we know that it's going to start getting colder in other places of the country. And I think we're going to start seeing an increase of folks coming here because it's warmer in the winter. So I'm just curious what we're thinking in terms of anticipating even more folks coming and what that might look like, not to be a Debbie Downer. And then the other idea that probably need Mike Rankin to see if we can even do this, but thinking about eviction prevention and hearing about a lot of the seniors who are now becoming displaced because of rents going up and they're on fixed income, is there anything that we can do that would require a landlord to let somebody know that this person is going to be evicted prior to it happening so that we can try to intervene? And that might already be being done, but I think if there's any way that we can require a notification to somebody so we can try to do something to prevent them from getting on the street, I would love to see if we can legally do that if it's not already being done. So that's all my thoughts, Mayor.
Any others? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick thank you to both of your teams and your leadership. In Ward 3, we face lots of these issues every day, and both of your shops have been very responsive, and just want you to know that we appreciate it.
Absolutely do. And I just wanted to also ask, I know that some months ago, at least 6 months ago, Mayor and Council decided to put additional funds, I believe American Rescue Plan dollars, for a low barrier congregate shelter. And I just wanted to ask about how we're doing with looking for the possibility of a low barrier congregate shelter.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, you did provide us that direction. We are exploring various properties. We actually have 4 that we are looking at very closely. We have not brought those to you because we still have some due diligence to do on them. Once we do have some viable locations, then we'll bring them to you for consideration, along with some opportunities for funding.
Excellent. Thank you so much, because I think that, as I've said before, I believe that Housing First and our Housing First program, which, by the way, has in the past 18 months permanently housed more than 600 people. It's a really incredible statistic and something that is very important to note to our community, that our Housing First program is working. But Housing First is one piece of the puzzle. And it's not a silver bullet. It is a program that had never been used in the city of Tucson, and it's doing very, very good work. It's evidence-based, and the evidence is showing us that it's working here in the city of Tucson. And saying that, we need to make sure that we're keeping our relationship and our nonprofit partners as part of the equation as well, right? Everyone uses a different method, and we need to make sure that the Salvation Army and Primavera and Gospel Rescue Mission at the Center of Opportunity and OPCS are all coming to the table and making sure that we're also holding them accountable to the investment that is part of the city of Tucson, either CDBG funds or general funds or federal funds that we are putting at the table with those nonprofit partners. So it's an all hands on deck, and we have to keep innovating. We have to make sure that we are really putting every piece of the puzzle together to continue moving forward. Because, as you said, Councilwoman Lee, we're seeing this all over the city of Tucson, and homeowners and businesses are concerned, and we need to make sure that we're not just responding, which we have been doing very, very well, but also bringing other responsible parties to the table to help with this crisis. And parts of this crisis, of course, as the chief said, is education, prevention, treatment, and enforcement. But part of this crisis is also fueled by fentanyl, and this is a public health crisis that we need support and funds to continue working on. So any others, comments, questions on this item? All right, hearing none, thank you so much for your incredible work. We really appreciate it. We move on to item 6. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committees. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I'll turn it over to Andrew. I think the big topic on most people's minds is the potential federal government shutdown. I think the impact that could have on us, I think is important to at least be mindful of as we go forward over the next several weeks. So, Andrew.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager. I distributed some answers to questions from Councilmember Fimbres, first regarding the federal shutdown, which I'll go into a little bit of detail here. He also asked about a decision in the U.S. District Court last week that impacts election law in Arizona. Again, I distributed those answers. Happy to answer any questions about them. First, then, just a federal update, couple of items. First, congratulations, Mayor, Council, and staff. Last week, it was announced that the City of Tucson won a $5 million grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Forest Service for the Urban and Community Forestry Grant. According to the mayor, the city project is intended to help create more green spaces in urban communities, invest in workforce development, and support community engagement to ensure the benefits of trees are equally distributed. So again, congratulations, Mayor and staff and council on winning that grant. There's been an aggressive effort to secure federal dollars for critical City of Tucson projects and programs, and this is another win. Also worth mentioning that funding for this grant comes from the Inflation Reduction Act, which of course we supported at the time. With that, I'll turn to the federal spending update. As I spoke to last time, the federal budget expires September 30th, and right now there is no approved fiscal year 24 budget that would go into effect on October 1st. Congress it continues to try to work towards an agreement, but so far, including up to and including this afternoon, there is still, they have not been able to get to any kind of consensus on what a budget solution, even a temporary solution, would look like. So with that, let me just talk a little bit about what proposals are on the table. So first off, there is an effort in the House to come up with an agreement on what's called a continuing resolution, or CR, that would essentially take the current year's budget and just operate under the current year budget into the next fiscal year. Unfortunately, what the House majority proposal would do is it would only, the CR that they are considering would only keep the government open for 1 month, so only until October 31st. It would also cut discretionary spending. It would cut discretionary spending across the board by 8%, 8.13% over that period. It would only keep Department of Defense and Veterans Affairs agency spending at current levels. It would also mandate that it would include the House Republican border bill as part of that agreement, which would curtail the ability of migrants to seek asylum. It would also require the restarting of border wall construction within 7 days of passage. It would also not include any additional funding as the administration has requested for Ukraine support or for disaster relief from some of the natural disasters that we've seen in different parts of the country over the last few months. And again, this is just for a 30-day continuance, right? The other thing important to mention is that even if there is majority support for that CR proposal, it is very far away from where the Senate is. So even if they did pass it, it's probably dead on arrival in the Senate. With that, there's also some effort by the House majority to pass a budget resolution, not just the CR. And what they have been floating is a 10-year budget that would cut $16 trillion over 10 years. It would add per capita limits to Medicaid spending, add stricter work requirements for Medicaid. It would dismantle the Inflation Reduction Act and the IRS funding increases from last year. It would also lock in the tax rates that were established in 2017, those large tax cuts that, of course, contribute to the deficit. This, too, is contrary to the direction that reflects majority opinion in the Senate, so that too is unlikely to pass. So with both the CR and any kind of fiscal year 24 spending plan anywhere close to adoption, we're 12 days away from the end of the fiscal year, and it could very well be that there is no agreement by midnight September 30th, leading to some type of federal shutdown on October 1st. With that, I've gotten some questions from Mayor and Council and staff about what happens on that day, what triggers on October 1st if there is no agreement. The short answer is that it's unclear at this point. The Office of Management and Budget of the White House will issue memos agency by agency. I've been told that would start to happen about 1 week before the October 1st or the September 30th deadline that will outline what the impacts will be agency by agency. I wouldn't be surprised if we start hearing stories even before then. For example, today there was a national story about how the federal courts have about 2 weeks of funding that they would be able to access after October 1st, but only 2 weeks. And at that point, they would have to triage and see what they could afford to do to keep the federal courts operating at that point. In general, essential employees who protect human life and property would remain at work. Mandatory spending programs like Social Security would continue. I've gotten some questions about federal grants, and what I've been told is that if there is a shutdown of less than a week or two, we should be okay. Those funds would be forwarded out to where they're supposed to go, with little to no delay. But if it's more than a week or two, it could impact the timing of federal grants and contracts. Generally, federal staff would not be able to assist grantees' requests or questions until government operations resume. It's unclear about whether grant application deadlines would change. And again, this too could be different agency by agency. It'll depend on what we hear from OMB. And with that, I just want to say that, as I mentioned last time, our priorities are to maintain federal funding for our priority programs and our priorities here for local projects. Of course, should a shutdown occur, we'll be monitoring impacts across the community, not just for city projects and programs. As always, we communicate with other municipalities around the state and across the region. We'll be talking with them about what the impacts are, what trends they're seeing in their communities, and even best practices that other cities are employing to deal with any kinds of negative impacts from the shutdown. So with that, that's the latest as of this moment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Hearing none. I think we're just, our jaws are on the floor. No time, no, we can't, there's no time for questions. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. I just want to reiterate, on the good news side, I just want to make sure that I thank our city manager, his team, also from my office, now the Chief Resilience Officer for the City of Tucson, Fatima Luna, Nicole Gillette, and others for putting together the successful grant from U.S. Department of Agriculture. We are receiving $5 million for the City of Tucson to bolster our Tucson Million Trees initiative, but also to do workforce development, do the important work of really training the future and working with nonprofit organizations in our community to be able to do this incredible work. So that's wonderful. Our congressional delegation and the federal government, I want to thank, especially Congressman Grijalva, who really has been very supportive in each and every one of our grant applications to the federal government. And of course, the Inflation Reduction Act, which Congress, the House now wants to destroy and dismantle, is really responsible for funding these types of investments in climate resiliency, especially for the Southwest and here for the city of Tucson. So I just wanted to end on a good note and a celebratory note, because Tucson is really receiving millions and millions of dollars from the federal government, and all of it is through either, the Inflation Reduction Act, through American Rescue Plan, through all of these incredibly federally funded programs that do make a difference and would be devastating if we were to see these programs dismantled. Thank you, Andrew. If you all have any questions on anything, please make sure that you email Andrew. And as always, he's great to answer questions. Thank you. Item 7, discussion of regular agenda. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda or any items from regular session? Councilmember Dahl.
I'd like to remove, to be discussed separately, under the liquor licenses D3, Food Store Ward 3.
Alrighty. Councilwoman Lee, did you have something? Vice Mayor?
This is the letter we got in time.
Would just like to say, based on the information that we got yesterday, I would move that right now that we begin the process of selecting a new magistrate to fill Tony Riojas' position and take that item off of the, I think it's item 15 or 16 tonight.
Is that in 15?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I think it's 16 ultimately is the number that was assigned to it. And yes, as communicated to the mayor and council yesterday, Judge Riojas chose to withdraw his request for reappointment. And so if the motion as made is approved during today's study session, that will be the only action required today, which will begin the process. It's under the Tucson City Code. Just for the mayor and council's information, the code provides that after a request by the mayor and council, the Magistrate Merit Selection Commission interviews candidates and takes up to 90 days to come to a recommendation of candidates for mayor and council consideration for a future appointment. So that would be the procedure going forward.
Can you clarify the motion as presented by the Vice Mayor?
Yes, since there is no reappointment to consider under item 16 because Judge Riojas has withdrawn his application and request, the motion is to direct staff to commence the procedures for the recruitment and appointment of a magistrate to fill the position that is currently filled by Judge Riojas.
Was that your motion?
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any additional comments on this? Alrighty, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries.
And just one last thing on that, Mayor, as I mentioned in the mayor and council communication, under the provisions of the city charter and some city case law on this, actually, Judge Riojas will be able to continue to hold over in that position until such time as the new magistrate is appointed.
Alrighty. Good. Then I would like to remove consent agenda item E, which is the Choice Neighborhood Implementation Acceptance item. Already any others? Okay, item 8. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I do have one that just came up today. We do have an agreement with Access that needs to be signed before we meet again. It's a standard agreement that we all have seen many times. They actually noticed us that they have additional dollars available this year, and so they need it signed before September 25th. Obviously, that's before October 3rd, so I will ask that it be placed on the agenda October 3rd for ratification, but the signatures will have already gone in. I just wanted to give you a heads up that that's coming. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Item 9, adjournment. Alrighty, let me look at the time. We do have time to come right at 5:30, so regular session will start at 5:30 today, and we'll see you in about an hour. Thank you all. Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Here.
Commissioner Dahl.
Here.
Commissioner Lee. Here. Commissioner Fimbres.
Here.
Commissioner Kozaczek. Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Chair Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Your Honor, for the record, council members Santa Cruz and Fimbres are appearing electronically, as is Commissioner Hill. Item 2 is the monthly board report.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 24, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Financial Stability Plan.
City Manager's Communication PHA number 25, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Ann Chaneka, Interim Director of Housing and Community Development, has a brief presentation on this item.
Thank you, Chair Romero and Commissioners. As you mentioned, I have a short presentation. I'm going to try to summarize that 211-page report that is part of your materials pretty succinctly. I do want to introduce Eric Novak, who is here this evening. He's been our consultant who has helped us in creating this public housing plan for the future. There we go. Before I talk about the plan that Mr. Novak and his firm created, I do want to ground the conversation in 2 main points. One is, per your direction, HCD continues to be committed to owning affordable housing and to growing that affordable housing, so developing new housing for low-income families in Tucson. The second main point I want to make is when you look at our public housing portfolio today, it's clear that a lot of intentionality went into creating that portfolio, and that's something I really want to keep in mind as we move forward. The other thing is that the Housing Community Development Department has a legacy of innovation in using the HUD opportunities that they have made available. So projects like the Posadas Hope 6 project and some of the other low-income housing tax credit projects shows our capacity to use HUD opportunities. And at this point, another reality is that our public housing is no longer a sustainable housing model, and this is something HUD has been communicating for quite a while now. HUD knows that across the country, public housing is aging. There's significant investment that's needed to bring the nation's public housing up to the quality that we all want it to be. We also know that even today on an annual basis, our operating costs are exceeding the revenue that we're getting from HUD. Our particular portfolio has some challenges in terms of some of the unique characteristics, and so we'll talk about that. But HUD knows that these challenges exist and have made different opportunities available for public housing authorities. And so I keep mentioning public housing. I do want to clarify what I mean by public housing. So right now, the city owns about 1,500 units of public housing, which is housing where we have a contract with HUD, and HUD provides an operating subsidy and also a little bit of capital funding to help us operate those homes. In addition to our public housing, the city does own additional housing. So we have an additional about 450 units in a portfolio called El Portal. So that is not HUD subsidized like our public housing is. And the report and the plan that we have for this item is focused on public housing. And here's a map of our public housing we have in the city of Tucson, and you'll see in some cases even outside of the city limits. And I mentioned the intentionality that went into this portfolio. You can see that there's housing all over the city. There's a significant portion of single-family homes. And so on one hand, that creates amazing opportunities in terms of deconcentrating poverty and creating housing in areas of opportunity. But on the other, in today's day and age, it's really expensive to maintain all of those homes across the city. And so we've known that we needed to look at our public housing and think about changes. I want to credit Assistant City Manager Liz Morales, who really spearheaded this project in hiring Praxis Consulting Group to create this plan for us. In late 2021, when you adopted the housing affordability strategy for Tucson, the very first policy initiative was focused on transforming public housing. And so as we look to use these HUD tools, and HUD calls it asset repositioning, but I know HUD terms can be a little confusing, so we're trying to be a little more descriptive as we move forward. So preserving and stabilizing our public housing will take time. On average, public housing authorities are looking at about a 10-year process to transition public housing. And one thing in terms of today, would love to answer any questions you have and get guidance, but anytime we take a project through this process, it will come back to the Board of Commissioners for approval. So specific projects will return with more details specific to that project. In terms of creating the plan that you have as part of these materials, we did an RFP and ended up selecting Eric Novak and his Praxis Consulting Group. So they did a deep dive on our portfolio, looking at the data to really come up with the strategies that they outlined in the report. And so to summarize some of the key points in the report, the biggest one is the capital needs and the significant investment that is needed in our portfolio moving forward. These are just estimates. I do want to make sure that that's clear. They're estimates based on the age of the properties and also the cost that Eric's team sees right now for rehabilitation of those units. But given how much HUD gives us each year to address our capital needs, and given the needs, we're estimating it would take 99 years to really invest in addressing those capital needs if we don't do something different. And then in terms of operating costs, we know on an annual basis, our operating costs are exceeding our revenues. Last year, there was a $4 million gap in terms of our operations and what HUD gave us to operate the public housing. We'll be continuing to look for ways to bridge that gap, but it's going to be more difficult moving forward as contracting costs increase. We know that construction and contractors' costs are increasing. And then I mentioned the single-family homes really are the biggest impact on that gap and on that budget. And so we've known we need to evaluate and make changes. And so our goals as we look to go forward and transition our public housing are first and foremost to address those needs in terms of the deficiencies and rehabilitate our public housing units. We also want to try to bring in more stable revenue sources on an annual basis. We want to create affordable homeownership opportunities. That was another goal outlined in the housing affordability strategy that we think we can do with this process. And then a big one is as we rehabilitate, whether it's our multifamily or our single family, we really can build in energy efficiency and water conservation. So really preparing these homes for our climate future. I won't go into this, only to summarize that here is an example of how we will get more revenue through going through these processes. So important to clarify that residents will be paying the same. They pay 30% of their income, whether it's public housing or using one of these other tools. So it's not a change for them, but depending on the tool, the amount of subsidy we get will increase. So under the first example, it increases 280%, and under the second one, it increases 20%. And so the report in front of you has many pages of recommendations. They're broken out into short-term, midterm, and there's a section focused on how we can use these tools for more development and really growing our affordable housing. And as I mentioned, each step of the way will come back to the Board of Commissioners. And so in terms of immediate next steps, what we're hoping to do, there are 4 key things. One is the Tucson House, and that one is already moving forward thanks to our Choice Neighborhoods implementation grant. And so we know that that's a significant capital investment that's needed, and that one is already moving forward. We're also interested in starting the application process for MLK. It's the only multifamily site where we don't feel like we need to do a rehabilitation as part of this process. So according to Eric, it's a pretty straightforward process. And when we go through it, we will get more revenue right away once HUD approves the process. The third project that I really want to focus on is Craycroft Towers. As part of that, we will need to do a capital needs assessment and really try to see what is needed in terms of rehabilitation, which will help determine what HUD tools are available and what financing we can get to rehabilitate that public housing project. And last, in terms of single-family homes, we don't feel comfortable making recommendations yet. We feel like more input is needed. And so we really want to work with the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development and a working group to identify strategies for our scattered sites. So final slide, in terms of what we'd be asking that working group to do is really to create prioritization criteria, looking at our single family homes and create potential strategies. So that could be retaining many of them for rental housing or selling a significant portion for affordable homeownership opportunities or something in between. We've been talking to community partners. We know that people are interested in helping us with that. So it was my succinct summary of that lengthy document, and I have Eric here to help me answer questions as he's the expert in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Really appreciate it. I really enjoyed the presentation, very informational, and I hope that the public, can see how complex the issue is. The City of Tucson Housing Community Development Department is on the forefront of creating and preserving affordable housing units. And with strategies in place like the housing affordability strategy for Tucson, we're very intentional in building in areas of opportunity, close to transit lines, resources, grocery stores, and our public housing portfolio with over 1,500 units needs to be transformed in order to meet the housing needs of our community today. I believe that everyone deserves a safe, high-quality housing opportunity. These housing opportunities stabilize families, children, and communities. And I'm really happy that we've really are looking into the future. So even though it's taken so many years to be able to get here, and we see pending a lot of investment that we need to make. I think that the actions that this commission takes here today are going to be felt 30 years from now. So it's important that we make the right decisions and the right calls. So I just have a couple of questions, and then I'll open it up for my council, for my commission colleagues. But Ms. Clerk, do we need a motion and a second first, and then discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, so anyone want to make a motion to proceed?
I'll move that we proceed with the financial stability plan as presented in the program.
There's a motion and a second, and just for sake of discussion, my first question is, you talk about public housing, and then you talk about, I believe it's Section 18, if I'm correct, pronouncing it correctly. What's the difference between having a public housing unit and converting it into Section 18?
Have the expert. For the record, Eric Novak, Praxis Consulting Group. Section 18 is one of the many tools that HUD is making available to housing authorities in order to put their public housing on a more stable financial footing. Section 18 allows you to convert from public housing to Section 8 housing, project-based Section 8 housing at fair market rents.
Okay.
So housing authorities are able to basically enjoy the same rents that private landlords are that are using the Section 8 program. And
so it's still a publicly owned building, but we're using much more of a technical term to be able to receive more rents from the federal government, or higher rents from the federal government. Is that correct?
And yeah, so like MLK Apartments and La Posadas, those are sitting on land that's owned by the city, but they're tax credit partnerships. And so you're using these tools, financing tools, in order to bring more resources to develop projects. But it's still, in those cases, those are still public housing. But from the resident's perspective, if you move from that to Section 8, it would look and feel the same to the residents.
And that will help us invest additional funds for the infrastructure investments that we need.
Right.
Okay. Does that have any effect or concerning effect to the current residents? Let's just say that we do convert MLK into Section 18. Does it affect our residents at all?
So residents would no longer be public housing residents. They would be Section 8 residents. One of the nice things, I mean, most of the time we're combining this with renovating housing. So usually when we're talking to residents, the issues are about relocation during rehabilitation, but you're ending up with brand new apartments. And one of the nice benefits under the Section 8 program is that residents have the ability to, it's called choice mobility, but once you're in Section 8 housing for a year, you can request moving from a project-based voucher to a tenant-based voucher and use that voucher in the broader community. And that's something that public housing residents have never been able to benefit from. In other words,
It's
once you're in
it's mobile.
It's
They could-
mobile, exactly.
They could use that benefit
And so
wherever they'd
that's
like.
one of the differences between public housing and Section 8 housing.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this item? Vice Mayor?
Madam Mayor,
And then first the Vice Mayor, and then we'll go with Councilmember Fimbres.
So
Thank you.
understand the challenges with the scattered site, disposition of scattered sites. Right now is a terrible time to be trying to move real estate, though, for reasons of interest rates. Can you speak a little bit, I know, Ann, we talked about this briefly, about where groups like the Pima County Land Trust and others like that might come into play as we're transferring these assets?
Yeah, so in preparation for the plan that Praxis developed, we spoke with Pima County Community Land Trust, Habitat for Humanity, the IDA, and all of those community partners are interested in helping us with this piece. And Eric can give examples from some other communities that have done this with their single-family homes, but the idea would be we would put an RFP out and say, we have 20 homes, we're looking to ensure that we're creating affordable homeownership opportunities. How can you help us be a partner in making that happen? And so someone like the IDA can bring capital up front to help us rehabilitate them. When we sell those homes to affordable families, we can pay back that money that the IDA would loan us up front. Same with the land trust. It could look similar, and the Pima County Land Trust, in their case, obviously they'll keep ownership of the land, and then they would sell the homes to keep them at a even more affordable price for the low-income families. So different opportunities, and that's really the goal of the working group, is to really try to figure out what is the best path forward for us for the single-family homes.
Okay, great, thank you. Really good report, really extensive, a lot of information. Our public housing portfolio needs roughly $50 million to rehabilitate. And with our current funding, that's going to take nearly 20 years. By then, the cost will have increased, so we're simply chasing our tail. We're never going to get there. So I think this repositioning strategy is important, as opposed to chasing our tail forever. And as I understand, what you're expecting to do right now is begin MLK, move forward with Tucson House, do the Craycroft Towers assessment, and then do the analysis of the scattered sites. Is that really what we're talking about?
That is exactly what we're talking about moving forward in the next 6 months.
And just to be clear, MLK, we don't need to refurbish MLK. We are just going to transition the current tenants into Section 18, which is basically Section 8, correct?
That is correct. In terms of, so the residents will continue to pay what they were paying, but instead of being public housing residents, they'll convert over to this other program. We're not planning on rehabilitating as part of this now. As part of the strategy, though, we will have to show we have a financial plan for the future. And so we will have to make sure that we know exactly how we're going to rehabilitate when it's time to do that for MLK in the future.
And just to clarify, we have more than $50 million worth of needs, correct? I think
Yeah,
the Tucson
and that's the report goes
is-
into, so the 50 million, which excluded Tucson House. So that's one big piece of where you're talking, that page in the report. The other thing is those were estimates from 2019. And in 2019, we thought that they were underestimates. So that's why for the presentation, we had Eric and his team update those numbers in terms of what they're seeing today.
Okay. And then we could potentially create our own land trust under our 501c3.
Exactly, through the El Pueblo.
Okay, so that is a possibility as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Fimbres?
Hey, Madam Mayor, how does the Choice Neighborhood Grant for Tucson House enter into this discussion?
Yeah.
Congratulations on the grant.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. So the Choice Neighborhoods grant absolutely plays into this public housing strategy and will help us rehabilitate the largest public housing asset we have. And so thanks to HUD and that grant, we will be able to start that rehabilitation soon. And so really grateful for that grant. And this is exactly what we're talking about in terms of preserving our public housing for the future.
Thank you. Can the mayor and council be reminded of the benefits of going to a voucher system for collection of grants?
Yeah, and I'm happy to have Eric jump in if I say anything. So the question was about benefits of moving more towards those voucher platforms rather than public housing. And so as Eric indicated, today we get public housing operating subsidy for our public housing. Let's take a single family home. When we convert and have there be a project-based voucher, in that case, we'll be getting closer to fair market rents. The resident still pays 30% of their income, but what we will get in those rents is much greater.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions or comments? Already hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The motion to move forward with the Public Housing Financial Stability Plan passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 4.
Write-off of uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval, PHA, resolution number PHA 2023-24.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 26, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-24 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-24 relating to public housing, authorizing the approval of the write-off of $48,344.35 in public housing tenant accounts receivable as uncollectible and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2023-24.
Second.
There is a motion and a couple of seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee? Aye. Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozaczek?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-24 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 5.
Public Housing Authority Budget Approval Resolution Number PHA 2023-25.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 27, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-25 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-25 relating to Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, reviewing and approving the public housing asset management project budgets developed for the city of Tucson as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD for HUD fiscal year 2024, authorizing execution and delivery of HUD Form 52574 and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Your Honor, I like how all the things we just talked about relate into this item. I think it's a good budget. It's actually one of the first times since in a while that our public housing budget has had so much different things in it. So it's a good budget, and I support it. I'll make the motion that we pass PHA 2023-25.
There is a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Fimbres, do you have your hand up?
No, Madam Mayor, it was just for the previous question.
Alrighty, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl,
Aye.
Commissioner Lee. Aye. Commissioner Fimbres,
Aye.
Commissioner Kozaczek.
Aye.
Chair Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-25 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 6.
Approval of minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 28, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the July 18th, 2023 meeting?
Madam Mayor, I so move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? The motion to approve the minutes of the July 18th, 2023 meeting passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 7.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is now adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular session. Council will now stand in session, and for the record, Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Santa Cruz are participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. Ms. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres. Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Thank you.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Item 2. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Lynn Bartlow of St. Mark's United Methodist Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
One of the core teachings of Christianity says that we should do to others what we want them to do to us. In Judaism, the Torah is summed up as do not do to your neighbor what is hateful to you. Hindus are taught the sum of duty is to do not do to others what would cause pain if done to you. And Islam teaches that we are to wish for others what we wish for ourselves. With these teachings in mind, let us pray. Almighty God, you are known to us in many ways and in many voices. We come to you today with a full agenda and important work for us. In all that we do, in the decisions that are made, may we keep the teachings of our ancestors alive. May we act with the well-being of others in mind. May our decisions be compassionate and kind. Guide our thoughts, guide our words, guide our work, that the good of others may be honored. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Bartlow, for gracing us with your presence and your beautiful words. Item 2C, we have a couple of proclamations. I will read into the record. The first is to proclaim American Indian Awareness Days. Here to accept the proclamation is Veronica Boone from the Tucson Indian Center. And then the second proclamation is for Osiris Rex Sample Return Mission Day. Here to accept the proclamation is Dr. Dante Loretta, University of Arizona Regents Professor of Planetary Science. We will start with Ms. Veronica Boone and the American Indian Awareness Days. Hi, welcome back. Alrighty, so our first one. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, and just because I refuse to wear reading glasses, I have a big font proclamation language here. So, whereas in present day Tucson, we are standing on the lands that have been stewarded by the Tohono O'odham people since time immemorial, and the Pasquayaqui people who have lived in the Sonoran Desert for thousands of years. And whereas American Indians have been the inhabitants of this region for thousands of years, and whereas indigenous people have called present-day Arizona home since time immemorial. Arizona is home to 22 federally recognized tribes, and today tribal lands make up 28% of states' lands. And whereas American Indians contribute to this community's cultural and economic well-being and continue to improve our community by involving themselves in all aspects of government and community service. And whereas American Indians actively provide recommendations and input into the decision-making process of the educational system and participate in ceremonies relating to the history of Tucson. And whereas American Indians promote activities that enhance the general economic image of the Tucson community, and whereas American Indians are calling for an even deeper involvement in education, local, state, and federal government, and the general development of our community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim September 24th through 30th, 2023 to be American Indian Awareness Days in this community and encourage all our citizens to appreciate and support the efforts of American Indians in our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 19th day of September 2023. Congratulations and thank you so much. Would you like to add some words? Add some words.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Tucson Indian Center, my name is Veronica Boone. I'm the Wellness Director. We're celebrating our 60th year, as I had shared at a council meeting earlier, or last month. But 60 years, but as you heard, we've been here for thousands of years. So again, that's not by accident. We're here because of resiliency, strength, knowledge, how to survive Southern Arizona without air conditioning. But you know, all of this, and I think that partnership, collaboration, what we have, we share. So with that, I just want to say thank you for the acknowledgement. We're still here. We're looking to contribute, to partner, and to help strengthen and grow our community. So thank you very much.
Dr. Loretta, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Absolutely, please bring your team up.
This is a small subset.
Yeah, come up here, everyone. How wonderful to see you and congratulations, how exciting this is. Okay, same goes to you. I have to put this in large font, but we have two copies of the proclamation so that everyone in your team can have access to enjoying it. So without further ado, whereas the University of Arizona and the City of Tucson have had a cooperative relationship dating back to 1885, when the territorial legislature awarded the University of Arizona to the city of Tucson. Well, we weren't a city back then, or maybe we were. And whereas NASA's OSIRIS-REx mission, led by principal investigator and University of Arizona Regents Professor of Planetary Science, Dante Loretta, is the first U.S. mission to collect a sample from an asteroid and return it to Earth for further study. Yes, that deserves a big round of applause. The composition of the asteroid Bennu could shed light on the origins of the solar system, which formed more than 4.5 billion years ago, and how life began on Earth. And whereas researchers at the University of Arizona and their colleagues around the world will receive 25% of the sample, some of which will be studied at the University of Arizona's Kuiper Mineral, am I pronouncing this? Kuiper Mineral Imaging and Characterization Facility. Another portion will be set aside for the future so researchers can take advantage of an advanced instruments and methodologies that are yet to be developed. And whereas the city of Tucson will be home to a small fraction of Bennu sample as part of an exhibit at the University of Arizona Alfie Norville Gem and Mineral Museum in the historic Pima County Courthouse. And whereas it has been with great pride that the people of Tucson have watched the progress of OSIRIS-REx from its launch in 2016 to its rendezvous with Bennu in 2020, and now to its return to Earth 5 days hence. And whereas the pride of Tucsonans will continue as OSIRIS-REx adopts a new moniker, or OSIRIS Apex, and assumes a new mission to investigate the asteroid Apophis. Is that? Apophis, which potentially poses a threat to Earth in the far future. And whereas OSIRIS-REx builds on the University of Arizona's long legacy of successful planetary exploration, having participated in almost every major NASA planetary mission since the agency's creation. And whereas the university's space sciences activities generates more than $560 million a year, as well as more than $21 million in annual sales, county, and municipal taxes, and supports roughly 3,300 jobs in Tucson outside of the university. And whereas the university's faculty, staff, students make immeasurable daily contributions to the culture, institutions, and traditions of the city of Tucson, Arizona. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the city of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim September 24th, 2023, to be OSIRIS-REx Sample Return Mission Day in this community, and encourage all of our residents to embrace the pursuit of science, reason, and evidence-based decision-making. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 19th day of September 2023. Congratulations. And here's an extra one to the students. Would you like to add something?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Romero, and to the council for this great recognition. The motto of OSIRIS-REx is exploring our past and securing our future. And I think when we go after these big science questions, we're really addressing the kinds of questions we ask ourselves as human beings. Where did we come from? We're interested in our history, in our past, in our ancestors, and the asteroids are where that story really begins. And it's also about securing our future. We talked about the asteroid hazard, and there's all of that, but the future is really the people that you see here in front of you. So many young people have been inspired by this mission. I was one of them. I was an undergraduate student here at the University of Arizona in the late 1980s and early 1990s, and I was inspired by the idea of going off into deep space. And that'll continue. We have a great event on September 24th at the Children's Museum. Through OSIRIS-REx and University of Arizona, admission is free, so bring the young people, get them excited about what's happening, and to realize that they can be part of something much bigger than themselves. So thank you again for this honor. Yeah, you bet.
If you want to join us, get closer.
Yes. My pleasure.
We're graced with your presence. And by the way, the 23rd and 24th are going to be activities, but we're going to continue the activities when we receive the sample here in Tucson, Arizona, which will be in October.
Late October, yeah.
Late October. So we're going to continue partying and celebrating the importance of this mission and what it means for, like you said, science, exploration, but also to what it does for our young people and how it brightens the imagination of our future explorers in space. So thank you, Dr. Larreta. We are graced with your presence. Congratulations. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 293, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the appointments of Briggs Klinko to the Fort Lowell Historic Zone Advisory Board and Leon Hernandez to the Public Art and Community Design Committee.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. I would just like to thank Ms. Klinko and Ms. Hernandez for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson. Is there any discussion on these appointments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? All righty, hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 285, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll do our virtual friends first, and then we'll come over to the dais. Councilmember
Thank
Fimbres?
you, Madam Mayor. Now through October 15th is National Hispanic Heritage Month. The Trinity honors the cultures and the countries of Hispanic, both Hispanic and Latino Americans, as we celebrate heritage roots in all Latin American countries. The Trinity have a profound and positive influence on the country through their commitment to family, faith, patriotism, hard work, and service. In Tucson-Pima County, Latinos have sent a strong message by turning out to vote and leading the state in the number of Latinos that have been elected to governing bodies. Hispanics are the largest group that has earned the Medal of Honor and have a wall dedicated with their names. Now they earned their accommodation at the Pentagon. Hard work, resilience, perseverance, patriotism, and family have made our Latino community great, one with remarkable heritage that our community and nation are commemorating and celebrating.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Santa.
It's going to help our community reach our goal. We're thriving. United Hearts of Arizona are hosting a soccer drive. We're asking for you to donate unused socks, benefiting kindergarten to 5th grade kids. Ward 5 office located at 4300 South Park is a drop-off site. For any questions, please call 791-4231. Thank you for supporting a good cause. Your donations are greatly appreciated. I'd like to wish my wife Mary, whose birthday is this Friday, and my chief of staff Mary Kerr, whose birthday is Sunday, a happy birthday. Lastly, I want to express my condolences to the family of Rudy Beamis, my uncle, passed away September 18th at the age of 94 and a half. Rudy served our nation as the Marine Corps, as well as the United States government as a diplomatic corps. He was the dean of the Naval War College, Washington, D.C., and the deputy commissioner of the 1984 World Exposition in New Orleans. Served his nation with distinction and was a guiding light for our family who had lost a great man. His knowledge and that experience will be missed. Heaven is getting another guardian angel, Madam Mayor. Thank you. God bless you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this week, we're celebrating Sunnyside Gives Day. That started with the Burrito 5K, 10K, and health fair at Mission Manor Park this past Saturday, which was a huge success and turnout for our community. This Gives Week continues with their block party this coming Friday, September 22nd at American Eco at 1439 South 4th Avenue from 5 to 8 p.m. The goal of both efforts is to raise $110,000 for Sunnyside schools. This coming weekend, Teatro Digna and Coalición de Derechos Humanos invites the community to Tucson's mythical wishing shrine in the historic Barrio Viejo for the last week of Elaine Romero's play, El Tiradito, from September 21st to the 24th from 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. El Tiradito is located at 418 South Main Avenue. There is a suggested donation of $20, but if you aren't unable to pay it, please please come by. If you want more information, feel free to contact our office at 520-791-4040 if you have any questions and want to be connected with the event. On Friday, September 29th, we're having our last Friday bicicleteada ride with Fuga at the El Pueblo Center at 101 West Irvington Road. We meet at 6 p.m. and take off riding by 6:30 p.m. Currently, our office is undergoing our Budget de la Gente, also known as our participatory budgeting idea submission. Our idea submission is open now through October 15th. If you live, work, or go to school in Ward 1, please submit your ideas for community projects that you would like to see funded that will have a positive impact in Ward 1. To help with submissions, we will be hosting an idea collection workshop for additional support. This will be September 27th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the El Rio Neighborhood Center at 1390 West Speedway Boulevard. Also on September 30th from 9 to 11 a.m. at the El Pueblo Center at 101 West Irvington Road. And finally, on September 30th at Kennedy Park, we will be supporting our Drum Up for Peace event at Kennedy Park at 3357 South La Cholla Boulevard, presented by Jam to Grow in connection with the United Nations International Day of Peace. This will be an event with food, games, and live music, community resources, and celebration of everything that brings peace to our community. The organizers are seeking volunteers for various roles, so please feel free to contact our office so we can connect you at 520-791-4040. And that is all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any over here on the dais? Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll just go down the row.
Just wanted to thank everybody for showing up at the Harold Bell Wright kickoff. Mayor Romero, Sam Credio, Mike Marks, the president. This kicks off 411, where we're gonna pave every single residential road over the next 10 years. It's actually pretty exciting. It's nice to see that square mile where we've already done some of that work. So that entire square mile, when this project is done, will have all been redone in the last 3 years. We're going 1 square mile at a time in Ward 2. I remember when I first took office, some 80% of our residential roads were failing, and we're making a dent every single year. We're down to probably about 45% of the roads, and that means that we've made quite the progress. We're gonna finish that up, and by the time that 10 years is up, we'll actually be repaving roads that we've already paved. So it's a pretty cool thing to see on the east side. And I really want to thank the Transportation Department and the Mayor's Office for making it a special event. It means a lot to our neighbors, and it's also something special for this city as we do it in all across Tucson.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two neighborhood events in Ward 3. The Amphi Neighborhood Resource Fair will take place Saturday from 10 to 1 at Literacy Connects. And the Balboa Heights Neighborhood Association Bash will take place Sunday, noon to 4 p.m. at the Balboa Heights Park. Finally, and sorry if you were going to mention this, Mayor, there's an important stakeholder conversation on the climate plan implementation that's going to take place Friday from noon to 1:30 at the Donna Liggins Community Center with our new Chief Resiliency Officer, Fatima Luna. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of surprised that none of my colleagues have already preempted this incredibly important date that's happening tomorrow. Mayor Romero's birthday is tomorrow, so we want to wish her a happy birthday. Maybe the most important event, unmentioned so far, but happy birthday, Mayor. We appreciate all you do. This is a little early. This is October 21st, the Boo Bash. This is happening in Ward 4, but it is a citywide event, and I want to bring this to everyone's attention because I am leaning into my inner Leslie Knope, and we're hosting the first ever pumpkin carving competition. And I hope that we get some cross-ward competition. So if my colleagues would be so kind as to share that event and maybe get your best and brightest pumpkin carving folks to the competition. And we'll probably end up winning in Ward 4, but you guys are welcome to participate. So that is happening in Lincoln Park, October 21st from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Thanks, Mayor. Prizes to be determined. If anyone wants to donate to prizes, please email us at ward4@tucsonaz.gov.
A lunch with the mayor.
You heard it here.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor? Alrighty, so I would like to take a moment. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Lee, really appreciate it. It was a very important day for me to be able to join this earth with everyone else, which I've highly enjoyed sharing with you all. I wanted to take a moment this week to celebrate that the City of Tucson successfully competed for a $5 million urban forestry grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. This will help us plant desert-adapted trees to help us create more green spaces in the areas of Tucson that need them the most. We created a tree equity map that identifies the areas in our city that are experiencing the most significant urban heat island effect, and that map includes spaces throughout the city of Tucson. This grant will allow us to create workforce development for youth. This is a great example of the work we are doing here in the city of Tucson with our congressional delegation and the federal government to continue to bring money home to Tucson to implement Tucson Resilient Together. Thanks to our congressional delegation, especially Congressman Grijalva, who has been instrumental in helping us apply for these funds. And I want to especially thank our climate action team led by Tim Timier, as well as our urban forestry manager, Nicole Gillette, and our chief resilience officer, Fatima Luna, and all of the team for doing such an incredible job applying for these funds and bringing them home. With that, I think that was the last one. We move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 286, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to give you 2 bits of information and news. The first is Tucson Police Department has received the international accreditation for its laboratory, for this forensic laboratory. Very exciting. That's a very rigorous process. Over 150 pieces of information have to be provided and ultimately scrutinized. But it is a very prestigious award and recognition. Wanted to give a quick shout out to Chief Kazmar and his team over at the lab. It's pretty amazing. Second is we did get recognized by the Department of Justice for our domestic violence court, our DV court. It's one of our community courts. Very excited. A quick shout out to Judge Millian for their effort on this. I think, again, it demonstrates we're at the leading edge on a variety of these courts, and processing of some of the challenges within the community, but in a way that I believe is really respectful and also gives us an opportunity to keep the tenets of our community alive. So that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5,
Liquor license applications report from city manager.
City Manager's communication number 291 dated September 19th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
On this evening's agenda, we have 4 requests for new licenses, 1 person transfer, 6 special events, and 3 agent change acquisition of control restructures. All are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5C1 through 5, 5C 1 through 5, 5C1 through 6, and 5D 1 and 3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved, Your Honor.
There's a motion. May I
Second.
There's a motion and a
Second.
second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. There's one to be considered separately. Ms. Clerk?
Your Honor, I believe that's been resolved and the vote will approve that liquor license.
All righty. Thank you so much. Let me move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card. State your name and if you live in the city of Tucson or not, and if you are a retained speaker or not. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Our first speaker, we couldn't hear before on the meeting of the 6th, so we're going to call first Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Smith. For the record, that is spelled Kevyn. I am a resident of the city of Tucson. I live in public housing, and as a resident of public housing for multiple years, I want to make it known that ADA accommodations and accessibility are absolutely not being heard and followed by the Public Housing Authority. I myself have been waiting for a year and a half to be transferred into an ADA accessible home after initial injury in January of 2022. During that time, I have been given multiple excuses as to why accessible housing is not available to me. Up until earlier this year in June, I was taken to the first house where I was shown what was supposed to be an ADA accessible house, but of a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, only 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom was actually accessible. The other bedrooms, I was unable to even enter the doorways, and the second bathroom, I cannot get in through the doorway, nor does it have any handrails or things like that in the bathroom. Along with these issues, this house has 3 exterior doors. Only one of them has a ramp, and that was into the garage, not even an external door, leaving me in the event of a fire or other emergency completely stranded in the house. When I brought things like this to the attention of the Public Housing Authority, at this point in time, I am facing nothing but discrimination, retaliation, and a nightmare fighting for my accessibility rights. When it comes to remodeling of any homes that fall under the Section 8 or Public Housing Authority, It must be taken into account that the disabled individuals of this city are being left by the wayside. I know for a fact that I am not the only resident of public housing that is facing a situation like this, but because I have not been asked to speak on that family's behalf, I will not bring their name into it. But I know that I am not the only family facing this situation. I also wanted to bring attention to the fact that as a disabled individual, I have had this particular wheelchair since May of 2023. In that time frame, I have collected over 500 videos and photos of evidence showing inaccessibility on the streets and sidewalks of the city of Tucson. This is a horrible city to try and get around as a disabled individual. Something must be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Steve Roth. Steve Roth.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Let's see how fast 3 minutes goes this week. I spent too much time introducing myself last time. I'm Steve Roth. I don't have any letters before or after my name, but I spent 42 years in a profession that required me to study science. Over the last 15 years, I've studied climate science. I was concerned about the overreaction of our government spending so much money, and I've listened for 8-9 months now, speakers coming to the City Council and Board of Supervisors talking about greenhouse gases. I have yet to hear anybody say anything about the Milankovitch cycles. We do have climate change. Commissioner Dahl last 2 weeks ago, I think, mentioned all the record high temperatures in the area or in this hemisphere. What wasn't mentioned was all the record low temperatures the previous winter. Well, 15 years ago, we never heard of a polar vortex, but now it's coming as far south as the Gulf Coast. As recently as 2019, the state of Illinois recorded the coldest temperature ever recorded anywhere in the state at a minus 38 degrees. So yes, we are seeing extreme temperatures. Science usually involves observing data patterns, and you create conclusions from those data patterns. So you can't ignore some data patterns. And these data patterns are consistent with the Milankovitch cycles. You can Google that at your convenience. There's lots of videos and articles on Milankovitch cycles, but it has to do with the tilt of the Earth's rotation and the circular or elliptical orbit around the sun. And that's what creates the climate changes that we're experiencing. If it was just greenhouse gases, we'd also see warming all around the globe, not just the northern hemisphere, but we'd also see warming in the winter as well. And right now, we are seeing warming in the northern hemisphere, especially in the summers, but we are seeing ice buildup in the Antarctic. So it's not just the greenhouse gases. Our atmosphere that we can't see here is 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and the last 1%, it's got a lot of minute elements, and you've probably heard 400 parts per million of CO2. Well, 400 parts per million is 0.04%. Of that 0.04%, only 3% is anthropogenic, in other words, because of humans. And of that, only 4% of that is created from the United States. And in the last 15 years, we've spent $5 trillion to try and affect that 0.000048% of our atmosphere. And I just listened to a witness at the Senate committee last month. He said 13% is now caused by the United States. So I don't know if the figures are being manipulated or if the definition has been changed. Maybe they're adding the forest fires to that. But we've gone from 4% to 13%, even though we spent $5 trillion. We're going backwards. I don't think we can affect what the Milankovitch cycles are doing. So we need to reevaluate, and I am a Christian and I believe in Scripture. We've been here about 6,300 years now from creation. 2,000 years we had the flood, another 2,000 years we got Jesus Christ, and we're another 2,000 after that. So I'm seeing a pattern, and they say we have 300 years worth of fuel still underground in the northern hemisphere. That's, if we go another 2,000 years, that won't last. So I am a conservationist, and I hope we change path.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Margie Rodriguez. Margie Rodriguez.
Can I put this here?
Can you go to the taller microphone? And then you could just pull it down.
My name is Margie Rodriguez. I was born in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. I've lived in Arizona all my life. I love Arizona. I am a resident and a citizen of the United States and of Arizona. I am here today to bring to the attention the problems that I'm encountering with homeless people, transients, drug dealers, prostitutes, you name it, that are encroaching on my rights and the rights of business owners. They've taken over intersections, blocking the crosswalk with their strollers filled with all their stuff, and I've almost tripped on it. I've had shouting matches with them, not my fault. What they do is they create confrontations, and then when you try to reason with them, they raise their voices, and they do threaten. And the reason I'm here is because their lifestyles go hand in hand with homelessness, okay? And also, they bring crime into the area. They openly use drugs, and they sell drugs. Even as the officers are going by, Mayor, they're out there lighting up. I cannot sit on the benches because they're all seated there or they're lying there. And also, they jaywalk, they panhandle, and when they're panhandling, they're walking into the street, going to the cars, and they have threatened people that have not given them money. And they act as toll booths because as we're trying to cross in that small section of the divider, there's the tip, and then there's an area that we walk through, and then there's the rest of the divider. They block it with their bodies. They block it with their stuff. I've taken pictures. And so they also defecate, urinate, vomit, expose themselves. There's an electrical unit that has to do with the lights, the traffic lights. They were urinating, riding on it, exposing themselves. It was so penetrated that I almost vomited. I had to hold my breath at the crosswalk signal because it was just so horrible. And it took a month for me to have that place taken care of by calling around. The businesses in Alvernon and Grant had to close because these people also are thieves. Is my time up?
You have 20 seconds.
Okay. So I'm asking that the panhandling law that we used to have be reintroduced. Also, that there has to be some kind of a psych mobile unit to address these things because the problems that we're having, because officers are being pulled away from other things that they need to do, and they're not psychiatrists. Also, those little houses that people are talking about, they can't accommodate the problems of these people. They are serious
Ma'am, I'll
problems.
come to a conclusion.
Okay.
But I do want to give you a little bit of information, so
Okay.
please come to a conclusion.
All right, so I was once told that my voice doesn't count, but it does count in prayer to God. So prayer does not evaporate on the breath. And so I'm hoping that all of you will take this into consideration, and you have in the past, and I'm very grateful to you because I see that in time, when the money's there and everything's there, things do work out. So please, for the safety of everyone, because a man had his head in a receptacle with an open flame. That is why I'm here today, because I was next to him, and he was doing his crack. So please, please, please understand that, you know, I am an elderly woman, and I walk blocks sometimes, and then I have to stand for hours for a bus while these people have taken everything over. Thank you so much to everyone.
Rodriguez, you did include your phone number here. I would like to share your number and your concerns with Mari Vasquez. She's a regional unsheltered homelessness coordinator. Can I share your number so that she can
please.
call you, and then we can try and figure out how to help?
Yes, that'd be wonderful.
Thank you,
you
Ms.
so
Rodriguez.
much. Please do.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, everyone.
Tracy Tolland.
Mayor Romero, I'm here speaking today because I spent my morning, much kind of like this woman who just spoke, picking up trash and drug paraphernalia off my family's property. I do this more and more frequently these days, almost every day. The negative effect on me, my family, my neighborhood, and our city's livelihood is directly connected to how you and the rest of the city are managing this crisis. We live near Reed Park. When I speak with Midtown police officers, they tell me they are instructed to kick the homeless out of the park at night and not allowed to approach them during the day. This has created a serious problem. Homeless are now sleeping on our private property during the night, and citizens that want to enjoy the park during the day don't. Call me crazy, but I don't want to take a stroll through garbage lane. The back and forth has got to stop. We need a permanent solution. Even if TPD starts enforcing laws or are allowed to, we need judges to order treatment or jail. We need all levels of the city to take action and stop accepting criminality. And Housing First needs to address root causes of homelessness, or it will continue to be a failed policy. Mayor Romero, City Manager Ortega, you're redefining legal use of public property and condoning illegal activity. The park is open to the public for use within the law. Currently, homeless are abusing drugs, alcohol, illegally camping, loitering, trespassing, and taking advantage of your kindness at the expense of law-abiding taxpayers. Do you think your policies are compassionate? I see no compassion in your acceptance of people living in filth and squalor and doing drugs and turning into fentanyl zombies left out in the streets to die of heat exhaustion. And that's the real reason we've seen an increase of heat-related deaths. People are drugged out of their minds and not drinking water or seeking shade when they're frozen by fentanyl. Listen to the proposals and solutions that are being brought before you from concerned citizens or from groups like Gospel Rescue Mission, Tucson Crime Free Coalition. They all have examples of successful approaches. But your policies are pure failure. You failed me, you failed my children. We don't go to the park. We don't feel safe. And when I call the police, if they show, there's nothing they're allowed to do. That's not right. That's not fair.
Ms. Toland, the same thing as with Ms. Rodriguez, you did not share any contact
No.
information, so.
But I have emailed
we would
the
love to be
city
able-
and
if you wanna
you
share
and
your
the city
email,
manager.
We could send a city clerk to go get it so that we can have Mari Vasquez also
Sure.
call you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Doran? Tom Doran?
Your Honor, fellow commissioners, can you hear me okay? All right, I'll be pretty brief. I represent some of the members of the Northridge Villas, where the third storage facility has been approved to go up. And I just have some items that I'd like the board to consider overall with the approval. We would like better landscaping that screens the building. This third thing will be right smack dab in front of several residences. Boxed trees would be appealing. Hydro seating could also improve the overall appearance. Will the north wall of this third storage facility also function as a retaining wall? And the land it's holding back hide most of the structure? Kind of unknown. At what grade does the building's 24 feet height limitation begin? That's not clear. How tall is the first floor that will be below grade? An exterior wall is planned to function as a screen. Is that the exterior wall of the storage building itself? Clearly, the members of Northridge that will be most directly affected, they want the building to be hidden by bigger and more trees. A greater number of the residents will now have this storage facility directly in their line of sight. Will this new addition have the same appearance as the existing facilities, of which there are two? That's it. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Ross Kaplowitz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name's Ross Kaplowitz, and I am a resident here in the city of Tucson, and I reside adjacent to Lower Lincoln Park. And it's great to see that after 5 years that we're starting to spend some of that money from Proposition 407 and cleaning up our parks, because we all know Lower Lincoln Park is quite aged, and it's not very attractive. So I came here tonight to make a recommendation for a name for that park, due to the fact that until Saturday, when my neighbors made me aware that there was an online campaign to name that park. So being to have the time to get the information, I'd like to make a recommendation and see if you could follow up on it, Ms. Lee. So we all know we have lots of parks here in the city after veterans and former deceased police officers, and pads named for our canines that were killed in the line of duty. But I'd like to make a recommendation to tie that all together. We have so many 501c3s like The Loft and some great artists here in the city of Tucson, and that make some great sculptures. And I'd like to try to see if we could work on naming that park Canine Hero Memorial Park. And name it after our furry friends that allowed our officers, many of our officers, to go home safely to their families, and to the ones that gave their lives so that our officers could go home to their families. So, Council, Mayor, if you could take that into consideration again, Canine Heroes Memorial Park, and you have my contact information, and I'd love to speak to you about it. And happy birthday, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplowitz. Yes, Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Ross, thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your idea, and I will make sure that our team reaches out. We can see what ideas you have and where we're at in the design phase and what we can possibly integrate before we break ground. So thank you for sharing the ideas.
That'd be great, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. JP Salvatierra.
Mayor Romero, Councilman, I'm speaking on behalf of the peace initiative that we're trying to maintain, free of hate speech and hate crimes, and also in regard to some special points that are important as far as our bonding authority in the city and the county and the state. From a synopsis of the Brown versus Board of Education that was ruled on May 17th, 1954, it delivered a synopsis that essentially states that the state-sanctioned segregation of public schools was a violation of the 14th Amendment and was therefore unconstitutional. And we actually benefited from the value of that timely decision. Its merit and implicit direction to allow next-gen millennials, senior retirees, and documented refugees the opportunity to meaningfully benefit and sustain our mutual prosperity and guarantee by the 14th Amendment right. Unfortunately, it is now being substantially undermined by abuse in the form of charter school state debt service, over $1 trillion annually and growing exponentially. It is reflected in the increasing cost of Pima County property taxpayers, yet this line item is conspicuously absent from our tax statements. It funds over 600 charter schools statewide and many multi-million-dollar charter school projects outside of our state. Its accreditation is not the equal of TUSD public schools, but through the guise of propriety from the University of Arizona Board of Regents, it has markedly distressed the pay scale of all teaching professionals in Arizona, further harming our ability to retain quality education. At its worst, as currently adopted and enhanced by the voucher system, it reverses Brown v. Wade by its injurious, segregated exploitation of our state, county, and future generations' bond authority. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Peter Norquist.
Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Peter Norquist. I'm a resident of Tucson and reside in Ward 3. And I want to begin tonight by saying that I appreciated seeing everyone at the IMA forum last night. So Mr. Cunningham, Miss Lee, and Mr. Kaplowitz, who was just here, as well as the other two members who weren't, Mr. Shack and Miss Spicer. So speaking of forums, I wanted to extend a final invitation to the candidate forum that's going to be hosted this Thursday evening for both the mayor and council candidates at the Libertarian headquarters. We have sent you invitations previously, and we would love to see you there. We've heard from independent, Republican, and Libertarian candidates. The only thing that's missing are the Democrat candidates. And we would love to have a full house. And I know you would hate to give the impression that you're so confident that you will win, that you can do so without trying. So we are going to have, we're going to have coffee for anyone who needs it that late at night. We're going to have local food. And we are very gracious to our guests. We treat everyone fairly and equally, and we would love to give everyone a platform who is willing to come. So I hope that we can see at least some of you there. I know your schedules are busy, but it would be great to have at least a couple of the Democrat candidates. And speaking of last night's forum, Mr. Cunningham, I appreciate you stopping by briefly to talk about the meeting we've been trying to set up for the past few weeks. You did promise that I would hear from your office today. I haven't, so I hope that we will hear from you soon. I would appreciate that. And also, Mr. Dahl, want to thank you again for your past meeting. It's our fault that we've been tardy following up, but you'll have something in your inbox this evening about that. So we look forward to meeting with you again as well. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and you have a good rest of your week.
Thank you, Mr. Norquist. And that was the last card I had. Councilmember Cunningham?
Just quick response. Peter, I think we emailed you, and and if we didn't, partly it's because there's some discussion about who's going to be at the meeting. I think there was some discussion with you and Steve about that, but I told him to figure out where it is. I followed up with him today, so it's coming.
Okay, all right. I just want to take a minute to say thank you very much for that, because we do want to say that you're willing to meet with us, but first we need to meet. So just help us help you.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Norquist.
appreciate that.
Alrighty, item 7.
Consent agenda items A through G.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda, please.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B has been continued at the request of staff. Item C, approval of fiscal year 22-23 involuntary tort judgments. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with the town of Oro Valley for the purchase of new transit vehicles to be used for Oro Valley Sun Shuttle and Sun Shuttle Dial-A-Ride service. Item E will be considered separately. It is the Housing and Community Development acceptance of the fiscal year 22 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Choice Neighborhoods Implementation Grant. Item F is the final plat for S22007 Bermuda 8 lots 1 and 2. Item G should read Parks and Recreation, not the city attorney, commemorative naming of certain assets and facilities at Reed Park Zoo. So an appropriate motion would be to approve items A through D and F and G.
May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move to approve the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on these items? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee. Aye. Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0.
The item to be considered separately is item E, Housing and Community Development acceptance of the fiscal year 22 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Choice Neighborhoods Implementation Grant.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Colleagues, today we are approving a $50 million Choice Neighborhood Grant. And we successfully completed for the Housing and Community Development Department. I just wanted to congratulate, first and most importantly, Assistant City Manager Liz Morales, Interim Housing and Community Development Director Ann Chaneka, Allison Miller, and all the staff involved and all of our community partners for making this very competitive grant process a reality for us. If you'd like to come up, Ms. Chaneka. And team, please come up with her, please.
I'm going to ask that Allison come up as well. Thank you.
This day, tonight, it's a historical moment. I don't think we had seen such a huge award to the city of Tucson besides the streetcar Tiger grant that we received to build the streetcar. So this grant will give us the opportunity to create more than 400 units, rehabilitate the Tucson House, and build affordable housing on 4 additional sites. Through our layered investment strategy, we are creating affordable housing options, supporting our local businesses, creating workforce opportunities, and improving access to healthcare and education in the Thrive in the O5. The Thrive in the O5 wins, the entire city wins. And so I just wanted to applaud the efforts of our staff and our team, and really thank you all for the incredible work done for the residents of the city of Tucson. $50 million, and I had to sign the acceptance today. Just an incredible opportunity and a game changer, transformational investment that this $50 million will leverage more than $300 million, I believe, more than $300 million in LIHTC and other tax credits into the city of Tucson. Congratulations, Ann, Allison, Ms. Morales, all of the team for really doing incredible work on behalf of the residents of the city of Tucson. And that check looks amazing, by the way.
Thank you, Mayor.
Would you like to say something, Ann?
I just want to say thank you to Mayor and Council, and we're ready to get started on this.
Thank you. Thank you for the incredible work. And with that, I'd like to approve the item. Please, can someone make the motion?
So moved. Second. I move we take $50 million.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call?
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Very enthusiastic aye. And the item on the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. And you can leave that check in my office. Thank you. Item 8.
Zoning TPENT 0523-022 Mission Village Annexation District, Pima County SH to Tucson SH, Pima County CB1 to City of Tucson C1, and extension of major streets and routes designation, ordinance number 12039.
City Manager's communication number 290 dated September 6th is received into and made part of the record. September 6th or September 19th? September 19th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12039 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12039 relating to zoning, establishing original city zoning in the area located on the northwest and southwest corners of the intersection of Mission Road and Irvington Road in case TPENT 0523-022 Mission Village Annexation District, Pima County SH and CB1 to City of Tucson SH and C1, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor Mike, my stuff is freezing, but I move that we accept and adopt this ordinance.
Alrighty, there's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12039 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Honorable Mayor, just in connection with that item, just one small correction in the Mayor and Council communication on page 2. It listed the wrong date for the public hearing on the annexation. It listed as 2022 rather than 2023. So we will correct that in the materials and just want it in the record.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Alrighty, item 9.
Zoning TPENT 0523-020 Select Medical North Wilmot Road 03 to C3 City Manager's Report.
City Manager's communication number 282 dated September 19th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone 2.5 acres from O3 to C3 zoning for the construction of a Select Medical Rehabilitation Center at Wilmot Road and Carondelet Drive. The city manager recommends authorization of C3 zoning, subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of C3 zoning, subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, the applicant is present. Matt Updegraff from Kinley Horn. We also have Nick Belfour present on behalf of Select Medical.
Thank you so much. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes.
Alrighty. Thank you. That's all. It was very painless.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So what is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I'd move to approve the rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item 10.
Zoning TPENT 0523-021 Tire Mart East Travel Plaza Way C2 to C3 City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 283, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone 7.7 acres from C2 to C3 zoning for the northwest corner of Craycroft Road and the Interstate 10 frontage road. The City Manager recommends authorization of C3 zoning, subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of C3 zoning, subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joseph Kafari, representing the developer, and on behalf of Aaron Harris with Kimley Horn and Associates. Thank you especially to your city staff for working with us along this process. This is an application for an addition of a Southern Tire Mart at an existing pilot travel center location. The code classifies this use as a major trade service and repair center, requiring the C3 zoning change. Under advisement with city staff and in accordance with good planning purposes, the entire parcel is subject to this rezoning instead of a small spot rezoning that would be familiar with other locations. The applicant has reviewed the proposed conditions of the rezoning and has no objections. Thank you to you and to city staff.
Thank you. So that means that you are agreeable to the proposed requirements.
Yes, Mayor.
All righty, thank you so much.
Thank you.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to request the rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second?
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 11.
Zoning TPENT 0223-013 Foothills Planned Area Development R3 to PAD Ordinance Adoption. City Manager's Report Ordinance Number 12038.
City Manager's Communication Number 284, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12038 by number and title.
Ordinance number 12038 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 720 East Foothills Drive, approximately 1,161 feet north of First Avenue and River Road intersection on the east side of First Avenue in case TPENT 0223-013, First and Foothills Planned Area Development R3 to PAD 47 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Dahl.
Brian Underwood from the Planning Center has been very communicative with me, Ward 3 staff, and the neighbors to this project. I'm also grateful to Ken Scoville for organizing the neighborhood with their concerns, and Brian for his continued genuine engagement with them. The neighborhood and myself are interested in more vegetation for screening purposes and from my perspective, because we need more vegetation to mitigate climate change. And I'm pleased with the additional plantings proposed. With that, I move to pass and adopt Ordinance 12038.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12038 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 12.
Economic Initiatives, approval of site-specific sales tax development agreement with Home Depot USA Incorporated, resolution number 23670.
City Manager's Communication Number 289, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23670 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23670 relating to economic development incentives, authorizing and approving the site-specific sales tax development agreement between the City of Tucson, the city, and Home Depot USA Incorporated for development of a retail facility between Houghton and Oldville Road, Tucson, Arizona.
What is the council's pleasure?
Thanks, Mayor. I know we've talked about this a couple times. We're really excited. I do love a good home project, as I alluded to during study sessions. So we're really excited for Home Depot to open. So with that, I want to move that we pass and adopt Resolution 23670.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Your Honor, I just want to congratulate Home Depot, and I'm glad they're building there and not outside the city limits.
Well, the city of Tucson is expected to receive $8.6 million in gross new direct local tax revenues during the incentive term. So it is a good return on investment, I would say. With that, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Sorry, Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23670 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all. Thank you. Item 13.
Economic Initiatives, Notice of Intent to Enter into a Primary Jobs Incentive Construction Sales Tax Development Agreement with MICROSTAR Logistics, LLC, Resolution Number 23669.
City Manager's Communication Number 288, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23669 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23669 relating to economic development, approving a notice of intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with MICROSTAR Logistics LLC, Ward 4, making certain findings with respect to that agreement and adopting an independent economic analysis relating to the agreement.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, also really excited about this one. We've talked a couple of times, lots of jobs coming to town, lots of good opportunity for this particular industry that MICROSTAR Logistics is a part of. So with that, Mayor, I want to move that we pass and adopt Resolution 23669.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
Yes, Your Honor, this is one of those things that's cool all the way around. Not only recycling, we're actually helping sell beer. So that makes it interesting, and I'm happy to support it.
Further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23669 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you. Congratulations. This is great. Item 14.
Economic Initiatives, approval of site-specific sales tax development agreement with Bass Pro Outdoor World LLC, resolution number 23668.
City Manager's Communication Number 287, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23668 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23668 relating to economic development incentives, authorizing and approving the site-specific sales tax development agreement between the City of Tucson, the city, and Bass Pro Outdoor World LLC for development of a retail facility at the Bridges in Tucson, Arizona.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor makes the motion to pass and adopt Resolution 23668. The rest of the south side continues.
So there's a motion.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Just want to say that the City of Tucson is expected to receive $4.7 million in gross new direct local sales tax revenue during this incentive term. The amount of the sales tax reimbursement is estimated to be about $1.4 million. So this is, again, another good return on investment, good job creator, and we welcome Bass Pro Shops to the City of Tucson. Item 15.
City Magistrate, appointment of City Magistrate T.J. CRANSHAW and fixing compensation, ordinance number 12041.
City Manager's Communication Number 299, dated September 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12041 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12041 relating to city magistrates, reappointing TJ CRANSHAW to another 4-year term as city magistrate of the city of Tucson, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance number 12041.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12041 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 16,
Your Honor, item 16 has been removed from the agenda as Judge RIOJAS withdrew his application for reappointment.
Mr. Rankin.
That's correct. Mayor, members of council, as we announced during the study session today, Judge RIOJAS withdrew his request for reappointment, so there's no action to be taken at this time. The mayor and council took action at the study session to direct the commencement of the process for the recruitment and selection of a new city magistrate.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your help with that. Item 17.
Adjournment.
City Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you so much.